go! Ladies and gentlemen, I have returned! Let's go! Good morning! How you guys doing? Oh. Good morning! How's everyone doing? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning! Goodness! Blum, blum. Yo, my get up. Good morning, my man. How you doing, brah? Oh, that was good. You know, I gotta add this song to Spotify so I can loop it. How can I do that? There must be a way. I should not leak my settings, right? Library.
Cringe.
Show songs from. Ah! Add a source. D videos, YouTube, asset music. Wait a minute. Good morning, Mr. Kapushman, Mr. Afi, Mr. Eritas, Mr. Wallach. How you guys doing? Today we're gonna finish the texture atlas packing, the meta programming, and I might even try to add it into my game, but I don't think it'll work. My gold is back, my man is back, Mr. Nature. Good morning. Oi. What a nice message. Bum, bum, bum. Ice cream, there we go. Music. There you go. Okay, so it's a WAV file. I wonder if it can do that. And then if I go into my library, open, wait, what?
Make a good game and don't market it. The money will come to you.
How do I see my song? Oh, local files. Can I search this? Ice. Oh! Look at this chat. We have the ice cream slow dance in Campfire now. And we have it in YouTube. Oh. Oh yeah. Hey, nice. I no longer have to play with the... Damn, that's amazing. Wait a minute. Oh, yes. Hell yeah. Where are you? Where are you guys? Yeah. Mr. Olas, good morning. And Jacqui, good morning. Good morning, good morning. Oh. Yes! Just okay, killer. As I go to drive the kids to kindergarten. Wait, now? What time is it for you, bro? Don't you do that in the... I guess it's morning for you now? AI main menu? No, the only thing that is taken from AI but drawn by me is the defender. Like, for real. The rest I did myself. Even this one I did myself. I think I outdid myself on that one. Looks really good, hey? Chat. I have added something new to the game. Can you see it? Like, not something new, but juice. Can you see it? And what do you think about it? What do you think? Maybe you could see it. Don't think you could see it. Oh, maybe on the goblin you could see it. Maybe you saw it on the goblin. What do you guys think? Hit flash, yeah, I did that too. They jump and die. Well, let's see. It's hit flash that should have been in game a long time ago.
Shut up, bitch!
Retard.
Make it move more, make the move more barely visible. Make it comical. You mean make it more here? This one here? Double? I think that's too much though. I think that's a bit too much. 1,000? Nah. 1,000 is too much, bro. Also, I feel like the slowdown is way too much. For some reason. Like this one here. How's it approaching it so fast? It's weird. I want to see what happens. They... see, they can't even see it. Yeah, I know. He's already gone. I guess he's not been drawn. Why is it? Push force. Approach.
Demo out.
Push force
Check.
to 0.
Mixed review. Check.
980.
Doesn't work on AMD. Check.
What happens? Oh, maybe I need to return here.
Check. UI bugs.
That's it.
Check. Yapping all
That's
day.
what it is.
Check.
Morning. Good morning. Null exception. Now it's too much. Now it works. Oh my god. LOL. Now they can see it. Yeah. Now 1,000 is a little too much. Eh? Hey. Here. Let's do 100. Let's see how slow that. Now I see something. Yeah. Goodness. Let's see now. Okay, 100 is cool. Let's do 200, 400. And then... no, wait. MA. MB and update enemy. MA. And then the slowdown is 80 or 90. 80. I can't see, but Lon, you can see it now. Watch. I mean, a little bit more. Make it 1,000 made us laugh so much. Ha ha ha. Remove it. Yeah, I think that's better. Now, how do you think that looks, Trents? What do you think, eh? 700? No, not so much. Hello, Firefly. Good morning. What do you guys think? You like it? Or is 700 too much? What if they die to a burn tick? I'm gonna do 160 though. Does the chest drop to the original position? Yeah, they drop on the original position. They drop on the original position. Now how do you think the juice feels now, chat? When we're looking at the juice here. On a scale of 1 to 10? I'm not doing 700. If they die to dot effects, then they still get pushed? Yes. Hello, Mr. Cakez. Hello, Mr. Diamond. Good morning. Oh, and I have something else for you guys. But I'll stop soon, you know. I'll stop glazing myself. Let's see. Toggle. I have something for you. Watch this. You can't see it. Dev sound for every unit, pure dank. You see it?
Hello, Cakez.
You see it? Explosion on hit, yeah? Huh? What's the explosion? Sword ability, yeah. I felt like the sword was a bit underwhelming, so I made it better. Herald of Fire? In a way, yes. Make them burn to ashes if they die by burn. Juice would feel real. I'll think about it. Why doesn't the explosion deal damage to the orange guy? Because he's carrying a fire sword and it absorbs the damage. My mate. Skills and items much better with skill tree. No, skill tree still has a place, but yeah, skills and items is kind of cool, yeah. Think about it. Okay, how about fine. Fuck you. God damn it. What did you do? Enemies burn to ashes on death if burning. Think about it, okay. What I don't like about the animation though is it doesn't feel juicy as well. It doesn't feel as juicy as some of the other stuff. But yeah, whatever. And break it to pieces. What am I even looking at? All I see is an insanely handsome dev in the bottom right, probably the best coder alive, and yeah, your code runs flawlessly. Oh man. Good Tag, wie geht's? Good. Thanks for asking, Jonathan Smith. The goblin jumped to the sword guy when he died. Yeah, I probably have to do it like this when I push them. Like this. Now it always pushes them away. There you go. Let's see if this works or if I need to do the other direction. Yeah, now they push away. Can you ban Sango? He's an imposter? I don't think it's Collector. In any case, let's get back to the texture packer, shall we?
Countdown to next bad take, 30 seconds.
Is Rico's out? I don't think so either.
Cakez, fuck Cakez, fuck Cakez, fuck Cakez.
Push them into water, have the body sink. Yeah, okay, guys. This stuff doesn't matter. You wanna know why? Too much? The game that has this is not doing too hot either. And it had like everything going for itself previous to releasing it to the release. There's currently one person online and only like 100 reviews, unfortunately.
Unban Rico, unban Rico, unban Rico, unban Rico. My man, thank you for $3. Cakez
Thank you for the money.
Rico unban Rico Cakez
No,
unban
fuck you.
Rico unban Rico
Fuck
unban
off.
Rico unban Rico Cakez unban
I bet he
Rico
made his 1K
unban
sale.
Rico
Oh, he
unban
made quite a
Rico
few,
unban Rico
but-
Cakez unban Rico
No!
unban Rico unban Rico unban Rico Cakez unban Rico unban Rico unban
He made
Rico
the
Cakez
60K?
unban Rico
Really?
unban Rico unban
He made it?
Rico unban Rico unban Rico.
I'm not joking when I say that I think I can do the same as this guy. This is a bit hard to beat. There are 140 players. You gotta be honest. But considering I will have a full game with multiple bosses and multiple levels and biomes, I find it a bit surprising this game only has one player anymore. Dude, I played it. The upgrades did not feel great. Sorry to say, but I played the demo. The upgrades was just more damage. And then he had some cool active abilities. Those were nice, yes. But there wasn't much in terms of... And what I really didn't like either was the diagonal... It was the forced attack patterns. So, for example, in the game, he had this... A P. So he had like these blocks in the game that you could put your towers on. And your crossbows, for example, they could only shoot in this direction, or they could shoot in this direction, but they could never change. So this one would shoot here, and this one would shoot. I hated that. And then the upgrades were just plus damage, or now you deal fire damage, and yeah. Tell us what you liked instead. Too much negativity in the stream. Nah, fuck off. Don't tell me what to do. I'm looking for reasons for why the game didn't do too well. And that, I think, is one reason. I don't care what you say. And I think the problem is that he has the same issue as me. Like, who wants to play a dinosaur? Yo, my man, Mr. Elmina, good morning.
Mr.
Bro.
Elmida just
Yo,
subscribed.
how you doing, bro?
Good morning, Giga Clown.
Oi. Yes, good morning, my man. Thank you very much for the support, bro. I appreciate it. Toxic? No, it's not toxic. See, like, you guys gotta get away, and these are old viewers. Like, new viewers understand what I'm saying here. It's not about being toxic, it is about being honest. Like, I'm not calling his game shit. I'm looking for a reason for why the game is not doing well. And pointing out a reason is not being toxic. It's about being... educating yourself in a way. But when we're honest... No, what you're saying is you're shit. You're dog shit. You suck. But anyways, I'm not gonna argue with these idiots today. Yeah, he has about the same... Relic Guardian released today. Yeah, I know. I saw that too. Relic Guardian, yeah. It's doing very well. I was expecting this to do well. Like, they had a lot of wish lists. I wonder if they can get 1,000 by the end of Sunday. I don't think so. But maybe. Well, XSplit as well. Yeah, I saw that. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I don't talk bad about him. I'm talking about a game. Shut the fuck up. I'm actually banning you. Fuck you. You're some old anyways. Fuck off. Piss off. It's about having discussions. Idiot. What a dummy. So yeah, they're doing hot. I wanted to play the demo too. Maybe I'll play the demo today. I'm not gonna buy it. It's too much. Holy shit, 20 bucks? Why? Why is it 20 bucks? Why would I buy that? No. No, I won't, and it didn't do a message.
Cakez, will you animate the
No, you got
water
lucky.
and unban Rico? My man, thank you for $3.
Damn.
Cakez animate the water and unban Rika. Cakez animate the water and unban
11 out of 11
Rico.
reviews are
Why not?
positive.
Cakez
Yeah, we'll
animate
take a
the
look at
water
this.
and unban
No!
Rico.
20 bucks because the art is really good. So
Rico the water and unban Rico and mod him.
you're right, the art is really good. Maybe I should take a look at the explosions and get inspired. What do you guys think? Been trying to look for some good explosions. Like dissect their art style like to the T. To understand what they do and level up my art style too. They gotta have a fireball. Yeah, we'll play the demo. Maybe we'll play the demo after I'm done with texture packing. Let's do texture packing, chat. Let's go. This is where we left off yesterday. Texture packer. We were leaving off with the sprites and the sprite data, and I built a sprites.header file with a sprite ID. And well, actually, what the hell? I think I built more than this yesterday, didn't I? Eh? Didn't I build more than this? That's odd. Oh, I see. What it did was, since I started the game, it changed the sprite.h. Yeah, it did. So shit. Yeah, okay, so I guess I gotta just rebuild that by myself. It's fine. Water tower that causes a tsunami. Another file, what the fuck? Yeah, it's a texture packer, my mate. Okay, let's continue this texture packing things. We have the sprites file buffer. What is this even? Oh, this is the Atlas file buffer. It's not the sprites. It's the Atlas buffer, isn't it? Celebrate 5 streams, major achievement. Yo. How long till the texture packer is done? 30 minutes? Like, chat, shall we do like a race? How long do you think it'll take me to get it done? And then I'll focus mode on this. Yeah, it's a dumb Twitch feature, I know. I think I'll be done when the timer hits an hour. Like, after I've been online for an hour, I'll be done. You said you will not develop Tangy TD on stream anymore. Yeah, but this is a texture packer for a new game. This is not Tangy TD. I just showed what I did off stream. Because I'm proud of it. This is a texture packer that I would also want to use in my game. Like, it's 2 flies with 1 clap, mate. Anyways, I'm not gonna get distracted today. So, let's see. I'm gonna call these sprite though. So where is it? The enum name. To upper word this, and then I do a format text here. Because I wanna call them sprites. Sprite underscore %s. And then I add in the value. There you go. Now I have sprite underscore in this. And here's where we write. Write the end of the enum. We need to have a definition of the sprite. I kind of don't want the sprite data. I kind of don't want to have it be generated through code. I kind of want to have it somewhere that everything sees it, everyone sees it. So I wonder where I should put that. Or like, this is what I want to have in code. Like, I don't want to generate this using text, right? I don't want to write line this. I could test how that looks, though. Why not? How about this? Let's test. Sprite data definition or sprites header. Which, and how does this work again? R, this? How do you do this again, guys? Or is it R? No, wait, it's gotta be R. Wait, how does that work? Like a, I want to have like a real string here. How does it work again? No, there's no way that's it. It's a string something. I'm just gonna type. Maybe some of you knows. Some of you know. That's not it. No, it's like a string where you don't have to do any formatting. It just works. Shit. I'm gonna Google that. Oops. Real string without raw string literal R. In R, I see. I forgot the braces. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm looking at. This is what I meant. You see that? Because that's easier for me to read. You know? You don't want to do \n. Yes. I want this to be happening here. I want the string literal to be like that. Let's see if this works. I wonder if this built together. No, it did not. It's included in there. Man, watching Cakez again feels so weird because I had no time for so long. Oh, you're back now? But isn't like Christmas start just now, bro? Jacob, thank you very much for following, man.
Imagine using a template engine for this instead of street fucking it.
Oh. Oh. That's looking nice. Very cool. Looks a bit odd, but that's what I want. Cool. Nice. So we have the definition of sprite data. We have the enum sprite ID below. We have the sprite count, hopefully. Did it write the sprite count? No, it did not. Okay, so then let me see. It just writes that. So then that would be sprite count \n. Then this. There you go. Okay, so now that we have sprite count, I want to write line. And the cool thing is I could literally write here. I could do that too. So what shall we write here? We need to, let's go back to sprites.h. I want to have sprite ID, sprites, and then sprite count is this. This is what I want. And I'm not gonna do that though. I think the easiest is just to do a \n here. And then be done with that. Okay, so this is where we begin. And the unfortunate situation is that I have to... I need to fill this in with text now. We need to fill this in with text. How do we do that? We kind of have the values here, and I could literally make that happen easier. We could say, okay, well, we have pivot offset X and Y. And that's a string then. That's... pivot offset X, pivot offset Y. These are two ints. But we could just do the following, comma here. Then we have... that. This is a value. Which is also a word. I feel like... this is not the... wait a minute. This is... wait, give me a sec. This is the Atlas... but that's not the Atlas buffer. This is the... sprites file buffer. And we're gonna change this. We're gonna make this twofold and then it's easier to write those together. Or we're just gonna... I kind of want to append these two. How do I do that? How do I do that? If it's just a bunch of zeros, I wonder what that does. Maybe nothing? So, what I want to do at the moment is the following. You know, I go through the code and I generate this in text, right? This enum. But I also want to generate this at the same time. But since I have one buffer, it doesn't really work. So I guess I need to do a write file append at the end. And have two buffers. So sprites file buffer enum. And then we do another one, sprites file buffer array. And we malloc 2 megabytes for the array too. Then we have two. And then here we write a file and here we append to the file. But since we need a file offset, this is the file offset for the enum. And then we have a file offset for the array. And we memset the array to 0 as well. Good. Someone said hello in YouTube chat. It was him. Hello there, man. Remember the days when YouTube chat was read? But I'm reading it, Jonathan Smith. What do you mean? Huh? What will be the next game? Any ideas already? Maybe Tangy TD? It will have to do with a lot of enemies on screen. Like I want big swarms on screen. That's what I want. I want a lot of enemies and I want it to be efficient as hell, but I still want juice. So I want to push the limits of C++ with the next game. And I will try out different prototypes. But before I do that, we'll experiment a little bit with other engines and languages for fun. So I can take a break. Okay, I'm just doing this now because I'm being honest with you guys. I have not given up on Tangy TD. Okay, and this will help Tangy TD as well as my next game. So yeah, I gotta do it, chat. I have to. Now it needs to take in a char pointer buffer. And then we do buffer here. That's important. Then we can write line to a certain buffer. So which we are writing to, oh shit, what is it called? Sprites file buffer. So we want the sprites file buffer, enum. We want to write to the enum part. The enum header or the sprites definition. Let's call it sprites. Sprite data definition. We're gonna write that there. And then the header enum gets written to sprites file buffer for enum. I can't watch now, but I hope your stream goes well. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. And then here we write to the enum buffer as well. And at the bottom, we also write to the enum buffer. And this is what we write to the array buffer for. Array. That's the array buffer, and that gets written at the same time as... Where is it? As the enum header. Oh, really? We could even do this. Right. Good. And then whenever we are writing, excuse me, whenever we are writing, and that's a cool thing, we have the enum name here too. So we can do the same thing. I want to write a line. So this would be the enum definition. And then over here we have the enum data. Sorry, the sprite data in array. Using Clang. So we write a line with the sprite data, right? So to the wait, sprites file buffer array with the sprite data. Yeah, sprite data and then a file offset for array. And I just noticed the file offset for the array is also important here. That's very important. Okay, so char pointer, sprite data. So how does that work? We do a format text, and it will be a \t for tab. Then it'll open up a brace like this. Then it'll put a string there for the string, and then it'll be a dash and equal. What is that? Equal sign, and then it'll be a brace. And then in here we will have dot. And now we have to access the first part, which is Atlas offset. Atlas offset. Atlas offset. And then that will be equals. I mean, maybe we don't waste any space, right? And we'll put the... We need the pivot... No, not the pivot offset. The rect X and Y. That's what we need, right? So percentage D, I think, comma percentage D. That would be the Atlas offset. What do we have next? Size, pivot, offset, and frame count. We need that. Let's put that here. So next thing will be size. And then that will be... We have the size in the rect too. So that will be percentage D, comma percentage D. Then we have dot pivot offset, which is equals dot percentage D, comma percentage D, and then comma dot frame count, which is percentage D. There you go. That one is the important one. And then the arguments for this will be, let's begin. Atlas offset rect. Wait, don't I have the rectangle here? Oh, it's here. Wait, what? Sprite and pixels, rect. Oh, I see. Wait, I should only write the enum and stuff if I actually could load the file. Interesting. Okay, so we'll do all of that when we have managed to pack it into the Atlas. So here. We'll do this here. So that's when we have, because that's when we have the rectangle. I can do rect. Dot. What is this? Width. Rect.height. What else? We have size. Oh wait, that was with an height. So rect.x, rect.y, with height, pivot offset x, pivot offset y, and frame count. That's it. I need to close the array. Missing enum name. Smart. Good idea. Yeah. Smart. Yeah. You're right. We're missing the enum name. Percentage, I forgot that, yeah. Damn. Is that it? Wait, is that it? Hello, my European friend. I am American with a terrible sleep schedule. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, bro. Hope you're doing good. Despite your sleep schedule, man. What brings you into a programming stream at night, man? Okay, chat. Is this gonna work? It did work without the \n. Shit. The size is wrong, but the rest is fine. I need to divide the size by the frame count. I forgot that. Damn. And I forgot the... Damn. Wait, that's it. And we are not... Like, I still have 20 minutes. This needs to be a comma as well. And then the size here... The size in X, I know that I need to divide that by the frame count. That's it. Anything I forgot? I don't think that... I think that's it. I'm gonna call it sprites 2 for now. And sprite ID 2. Because I already have sprites and sprite ID. And then it should not get read. Man. Maybe they live in Hawaii to learn mostly. I could otherwise be coding in Ada, C and C++, but nah, I don't feel like playing with GCC. You feel me? Yes. So you do want to make a game or just code, bro? GCC. Oh, I put sprite ID here. It's supposed to be sprite data. But otherwise, guys, I am generating this entire file from a texture atlas and I'm packing a texture atlas. Man, on the fly. And now what we can do, the next thing we need to do is to have this happen in a thread and we watch the directory for changes. The moment we get a change in the directory, we fire the loop in, we fire into the loop, we set a boolean to true, boom, and then we set the boolean to false once we are done packing the atlas again. Now we automate it. It's been very, we do it by hand right now on startup. We don't need a mutex. We just need a file. And then we'll look into what is it called? We'll look into how to do that in DirectX, but that's like something I would do off stream for just my game, right? Because I don't think that has anything to do with this. Let's see here. Resources. Here's the texture atlas. It's packed. So this is the texture atlas we are building. It's packing 4 animations into it. And I could make more, right? I think I actually have done so. Have I not? No. Well, let's test. I've done some explosions off screen. Like for example, this one. No, wait, that's the one that's done. This one. I thought I exported these, but it's not putting it here. Where's it putting this? Where's it not putting it here? Weird. Odd. Really odd. What am I missing, guys? Oh, I see. I don't have a tag. I don't have this. The loop. Well, that sucks. I guess I call it 64, but that's even bad. Like, I call it Explosion Fire 64. I guess I call it animation or something. Animation? It's a bit annoying, isn't it? Now it put it here, pretty sure. Now it's here. The fire explosion. Call it explode. But it's called Explosion Fire. It's already explosion in the name. I don't need that. How do you group frames of animation? On the X coordinate. I just increase the X. And now when I rebuild this... And also, why is it complaining about sprite count redefinition? Of course, redefinition. Well then... We'll do that. We'll call it sprite count 2 for now. So there's no collision. And I forgot to put a \t in here. Call the file explosion and set the flag. Set the tag fire. We could call it file explosion and then the animation would be fire. And I could have multiple animations in there that is fire, lightning, and the same stuff in the same explosion file, because they might be the same explosion, but they look differently. And then I just have it. Yeah, that's a nice idea. Yeah, there's multiple ways to do it, right? It's not one size fits all. So we do file, save as, explosion 64, and then we call this fire, right? And then it'll be this. It'll be explosion fire, explosion 64 fire. There you go. 8 frames. So you only pack them by X. It's possible that part of the file will be empty because of the next animation would not fit. Yes. For animations, yes, but you have so many sprites, they will just fit into the slots that get left open. So like, I'm only dealing with animations right now, but there are so many different sprites in a game. Like for example, let's say this, that would fit at the end. Maybe a fence part, maybe, I don't know, you know, some small pieces like this. It'll be filled properly. That won't be an issue. And I know that it will be filled in properly because I'm using a library and I didn't code it myself, you know. So, and the guy that made the library, that's like some 5-head dude that spent like years like thinking about this, okay, and testing it out. So it's gonna work out. We are just using the library, so it'll be all fine. So this is what it will look like, and this would be sprite data. Yay! I'm proud. Damn, generating this on the fly. Should have done this already. But hey, it is how it is. Cool. And it works. It just works. It's amazing. You know what's cool? Is that like this stuff, Wait, do I do a \T or not? I tried doing this stuff before. Right, guys? And it took me so long to do it. This time, I did it like reasonably fast. Like really fast, actually. Very proud of this. How fast we managed to do it. So no \T.
Balls,
Is it perfect?
Balls,
No.
balls,
Does it need to be perfect?
Balls, don't
Nah.
skip balls, balls, balls.
Fuck you. Okay, how about we automate it now? So we need to use this function. Directory changes W. It's a directory we need. A buffer length, holy shit. What? Not. How do we do that? Win32 read directory changes. How do we use this thing? Never used that before, bro. The handle to the directory to be monitored. This directory must be opened with the files directory access. Do we have like an example here? No. Isn't the size wrong? I think you divided by frame count the position instead of the size. Did I do that? Thank you. It could be. Yeah, I did. Thank you. Appreciate that. The width has to be divided by frame count. Thank you, man. Of course. Alright, file offset enum. Why are you complaining here? Huh? Oh, because of this. Yeah. Alright, so I need an example. I will test this. Example. Read directory, watch directory. Oh, I hate this argv shit. Oh god, so much code. Bro, it's literally like 2 lines of code to do this. Here's my code. See the comments, erase conditions. Oh, shut up. Okay, read an example. Read directory changes, file. How does he get the file? File is create file path. Directory, read, write, delete, yeah? Null, existing, backup semantics, file, overlapped. What does overlap mean? Overlapped. Overlapped, event, create event. Null, false, okay. And then it, success, read directory changes. While true, wait for single object on the event. If result is wait object, then we do something. Okay, so that's the idea, I guess. Let's try this and see if it works. Oh, well, what does it do here even? I don't need to iterate over anything, really. Queue the next event. Are there more events to handle? Okay, so there's a little bit more that goes to this. But thank you, that's a really small example, exactly what I need. This is exactly what I need. We'll figure out how to do it. The rest. Cakes, get up. Are we looking at the same? Yeah, we're looking at the same, man. Yeah, that's a good example. Really good example. You change the pivot position, the file name changes, but you don't delete the old one. So you will end up with duplicate sprites in the sheet. Yeah, I will. But it's not a big deal. Because... I'll have to delete them manually. Like, we'll see what I can do about this, but yeah. Okay, so this is basically watch directory for changes. And then we have like a bool or something. And then to set this to true. Okay, so what is the directory we're looking at? And I think I'm gonna make a input path here. We need the input path at the top. Well, now we have the input path. We don't need to print anything. So we need to generate a handle to this. Now I'm assuming that we have, like, we're looking at the directory, reading, writing, deleting, whatever that means. It's basically creating a file handle. And then we can assert, it's fine, whatever that is. This is the event, right? Event stuff. To listen on, right? We'll listen on that. And then whatever this change buffer is, read directory changes, bool success, while true. Wait for single object. There we go. So this is the while true. It waits for a single object, and if it's a wait object, that's when we do our code. Get overlapped result. I don't know if I need that. That's the thing. But do I need to do this? Or can I just ignore that? I mean, I'll keep it, right? I'll comment out everything that I think I don't need, because I don't want to handle that. Right? And then we'll see. So if it's a wait object 0, whatever that is, right? I don't think I need that at all. The action, who cares? So let's get rid of the action, right? We don't need to know this. Maybe we could. I mean, it looks kind of cool. Where it says, okay, this is the following action that happened. Renamed. Modified. Removed. Edit. I feel like that's not bad, right? Apart from his coding style. It's all good, right? His coding style is atrocious. Like, who puts the freaking curly brace on the same line? What an idiot. This guy doesn't know how to code. It's like, it's clear day. Holy moly. Like, you don't do that. If you're a noob, you do, yeah, I guess. Maybe this guy's a novice programmer. He just, you know, got his job at Microsoft, trying to be sneaky and stuff. He heard like curly braces on the same line. I gotta do that. It's like, man. You look like a noob when you do that, bro. Gotta be honest here. It's kind of embarrassing. Yikes. And you know I'm right, because, you know, I can code with 50,000 lines in my file and still have no issues. See, that's why I'm right. You know? There we go. Let's see if this works. The free buffer will be done somewhere else. I wonder if this ever breaks. Let me see. So while true, at some point we want to break, don't we? While true sleep. Yeah, I mean, I guess we can sleep, yeah. This is the packing. What the hell? Pack Atlas. Yeah, I'll put that here. I guess I'll turn that into a function. Pack Atlas. Huh? Oh, great. This string definition breaks it. I hate that. Okay, I'll change that string definition then. I'll change it. So struct sprite data \n. Backslash n, backslash n. I hate when code folding breaks. Pisses me off. There you go. That should work. Good. Looks ugly as hell, but wait. What do you need 17k files for, Diamond? 70,000 files? Bro, what? Okay, cool. Let's see. I don't know if this works. I coded this in like a couple of seconds. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Pack Atlas. But yeah, I mean, it should only do it inside this if check. The Pack Atlas. Should do it here. And then other Q stuff, it'll sleep. So as to not overload. It'll sleep for 500 milliseconds or something. But I mean, it doesn't need to sleep, does it? Cause... Wait, let me see. Pack Atlas. How does this loop work? It does while true, then it waits for a single object. Is this blocking the thread? Wait, is this blocking the thread? So it doesn't... It literally just sleeps until something happens, so I don't have to sleep myself? Is that how that works? So there's no need to sleep. It'll just block here. When it gets a result back, it checks for this result, and then it'll do the code and repeat. Yeah, this sleeps, right? So I don't need to do anything. I just do a while true here. We set up the file stuff here at the top. Then we don't need the boolean as well. And every time we have something... Yeah, let me write a comment here. This blocks. This call blocks, so we don't need to wait at all. It does it for us. So whenever a file changes, this will fire. Usually 0 is non-blocking. Now we'll see. We'll see. Time to do a thread. In the main. Let's do a thread for the pack texture. And how do I do that? Do I supply the argument as this? I hope this works. Man! Is that it? No way! I wonder what it does on startup though. If it like packs it immediately. Or if I have to change the directory first. We'll see. You guys ready? You might want infinite. Chat, what do you think is gonna work? You ready? I should have done this yesterday. We would have been finished. But hey, it's only an hour into it today, so seems fine. Something will happen. Okay, firing it up. 3, 2, 1. Okay, so it does this. So it waits. Right, let's see what happens. So it didn't pack the Atlas at all. Let's see what happens. So the game just runs normally. I can play. Oh, that's amazing. I love it. That's great. Let's say I'm like, okay, man, chat, I've made this awesome sprite here and we are done with this sprite and all. And, you know, it's like, now I want to, like, like, what is this? Oh, the fire explosion, which is version number 2. How about we do a file save as, right? Save as. And then explosions, explosion, was it 64 underscore? And then it'll be like that's the explosion, right? And then that'll be it. And then we'll do like the loop, right? F2, and we call that fire underscore 2. And we'll be like, we'll save, and then we'll shit. Okay, never mind. Shift N. We need a pivot. It's cool that it reminds me. We'll put the pivot on here, B. We'll put, it doesn't even matter which color this is, which is cool. But we'll still do white. We'll put it on 32 by 32. Save it. And now we're gonna export it. You guys ready? It didn't export it into this folder. Why? Why did it not export it into this folder? Why not? And where do you put it? Did you say yes, it did? Yeah. Export. Sheet generated. But where? It should tell me where it put the sheet. Right? Shit. Like, where did it put the sheet? Comma. Wait, I think I had... Didn't I have underscore here? I had like this, right? But I don't think that changes anything. God. It's not saving the file, but it did save this one. What's the difference between this file and this one? It's the same file name. Maybe that's the reason? But it's the same. It's this. This is the same explosion as before. Is the thread running and is blocking the directory? There's no way. There's no way. No way. Where? Where? No, it's not blocking the directory. So it's not doing it. This is not copying it in. Shit. How do I know where this puts it? It's my Lua script. Is there a way to debug Lua, guys? No, it's not Windows. It's actually Lua. Like, it's Aseprite. Like, my stuff works. I just can't look into this. What's the issue? Temp sprite save copy as. Export the tag frames to temporary sprite. We have this other Lua that gives us a... Oh no, that's from print debugging, I guess. Okay, how about we... How do I print? And where does it put print? Print file name. Where does it print that, guys? TD assets res images. Maybe it's this? Wait, what? What the hell? Assets. H. My drive. Hä? Oh, I see. Oh, shit. I see. I forgot. No, the issue is that this Aseprite file is sitting in my Google Drive folder. And it's exporting it in my Google Drive folder. Relative path. Should I hard code my path for the Aseprite file? Because I know where it will be. Got a really angry German review. Is this you? I don't know what he said. No, it was... I didn't play your game, mate, but I can read it for you. Habe ich irgendwas verpasst? Das Spiel nur noch widerlich und stupide, asozial sein müssen? So, how do I... Did I miss something? When was it that games were only... I guess I could call it atrocious? And... What is the word for asozial in English? Like, you know, flutters? You know how they, like, the flutters are asozial? I guess it's only a German series, right? Basically, low society assholes, I guess? Antisocial? Das kann ja wohl nicht mehr angehen. This, you can't be serious, I guess. Weder ist es möglich, in irgendeiner Form etwas zu machen, noch rechtzeitig ins Bett zu kommen. It is not possible to do anything, not even getting, and it's not possible to get, how do you say that? To go to bed early enough, I guess. To get to bed early enough. Zombies, 5 bis 7 locker. In einer Welle, die ich nicht mal gelootet werden können. Wait. 5 bis 7 locker in einer Welle, die nicht mal mehr gelootet werden können, weil ich sonst Dutzende auf dem Parkplatz häufen. Oh, so he says... I don't know what he means by this. So basically there's 5 to 7 zombies in a wave that can't be looted, because if he does so, they would pile up on the Parkplatz, on the parking lot. Kunden, die in einer Zombie-Welt zu dumm sind, sich zu wehren. He's angry about the customers. They are too dumb to fight back. Kunden, die Angst haben und weglaufen, wenn sie einen Toten sehen in der Zeit, wo es spielt. Echt jetzt? Oh, so customers run away when they see dead people in a time where there's a bunch of dead people around. Doesn't make sense to him. Dann Mitarbeiter, die einem direkt im Weg stehen müssen. Was soll denn so ein stupider Dreck? Your co-workers are standing in your way and they have to stand in your way. What the fuck is this shit, essentially? How long is this? Bro, I'm not reading all of that. You get the idea, bro? Like... Just let them stand in one place. Is that too much to ask? Wenn man die dann einstellt, machen die nichts oder sind unfähig in ihrem Job zu machen. Zum Beispiel Security. When you hire someone, some of them, they are too stupid to do their job. Please read good so for example, Security. Dann dieses Ragdoll-Zeug, was ohnehin Schwachsinn ist. Da beugt eine Leiche schon mal öfter. Nee, eigentlich ständig in der Wand rum. Oh, so basically, Ragdoll Bullshit is completely dumb, because it's always bugging into the wall. Ist nicht entfernbar und blockt neue Zombies an. It's not removable, so basically you can't turn off Ragdolls, and it constantly attracts new zombies. Nett und Game-Breaking. Ja, nice and Game-Breaking. Weil, wie gesagt, die kommen auch schon in Massen und töten einen selbst oder die Kunden ständig. Because they come on masses and they kill you or your customers. True, ja. Teilweise reicht der Container schon nicht mehr einen Tag aus und ist überfüllt mit Körpern, sodass keine mehr reinpassen. I don't know what the container is, but it basically is complaining about that it's only the capacity of the container is not enough to last more than a day. Okay, there's nothing more. Der war kochsauer beim Tippen, ja. Wo ist hier? Where's the balancing? Nothing. Oh ja, there is no balancing, essentially. Ach, und den Shop soll man auch leiten. And now he's complaining that you, after doing all of this, you still have to manage the shop. Sich selbst noch in den 1 bis 2 Sekunden Ruhe die Menüs anschauen und das Punkte-Vergabesystem. So basically, he has no time to spend to check the progression system. Warum müssen alle Spiele nur noch massive Stress for him? Ohne jeglichen Ansatz von Balancing, Logik und Spielbarkeit oder Sinn. There's no resemblance of balancing, logic, or I guess playability in any case. This is the real word, yeah. German, bro. This dog shit piece of trash. I guess I'm gonna call it like that, right? Is the second thing that crosses my way in the last 12 hours. Also, keine andere Ausnahme, da es auch schon vorherige Male passierte und immer wieder häufiger wird. I don't know what this game means here. Not sure what this means. Dieser asoziale Dreck ist schon der zweite, der mir... Basically, it's the second game that sucks. And it keeps getting more. Like, he's complaining that there's more and more dogshit games. Mhm. So basically what he's saying here, that the programmer is an imposter. How do you say that? Like, what do you call someone that pretends to be a good programmer, but they're not? So he wants to be a good programmer, but he's not. The wannabe programmer just had a cool idea and then created a dogshit game to make money. Real quick. Cakes, that's not me, bro. It's not my game. Sorry. Cool concept. You can see what it could be, but it's been the implementation is unplayable. Multiplayer won't help much at all either. Mhm. Oh, now he's complaining about what he couldn't do, but guess he wanted to do. Oh God, that's so much, bro. Mich mit dem Menü in der Punktevergabe, genau. He didn't have time to look at the progression system, the menu, because he's constantly under pressure from waves, customers, Lieferung, deliveries and stuff. He couldn't loot the Parkplatz. He couldn't loot the parking lot, okay? No time. He couldn't sell shit. Oh, he didn't have enough regal. What is the thing you put stuff in to hold your stuff? Like a regal in English. Shelves. He didn't have enough shelves to put the stuff on. He couldn't handle the customers properly. Zumindest nicht jedes Mal und schon gar nicht am Anfang. Okay, the beginning of the day was worse, but he couldn't tend to the customers and his employees at all. Not every time. He couldn't go to bed in time. In 6 Spieltagen. He couldn't do that in 6 days. After that, he had to quit because he got so frustrated and angry that he probably would have smashed his computer. He got 1 time in bed properly. After the other times, the character just fell to his knees, I guess. Like he fell, like he dropped down. The prices are dog shit, I guess. He couldn't set the prices properly. He didn't have time, ja. Was ich aber machen musste ist, weil ich das anders nicht möglich war aufgrund dieser unsinnigen Stressprogrammierung. So this is what he had to do because there was no other way, because the programming was dog shit. He had to kill zombies. Or he got killed from the zombies most of the time, instead of killing them. Because a hammer didn't do much, I guess. He had a hammer and it didn't do much. So the hammer sucks, apparently. He couldn't properly dispose of the zombies and the customers. Shh. Wären neue Massen. Yeah, because there's more and more masses, like more and more waves coming in. He couldn't do that properly. He couldn't loot. He hated this. Aber danke des geilen Features dieser letzten und einzigen kleinen Box auf der Welt. Loot einsammeln war nur in wenigen Fällen. He could barely loot, but thanks for the great feature, this last small box, whatever that means, that he couldn't pick up because it was nearly impossible. Thank you very much. So he's being sarcastic here, right? All right. In any case, loot just disappeared. He hated that. Or it got bugged under the surface. That was great too. So he couldn't loot it as well. And now he's complaining about gray on gray. That's a great idea for a game. Apparently you have some gray on gray mechanics. Maybe the loot box is gray and the road is gray. So it's like, good job there, yeah. So the sarcasm again, right? And now he's giving you an idea. Oh, he's giving you, like, if you put an outline on the items on the ground, that would do a lot of quality of life. But he's saying that this is not what you want, apparently. Ist aber leider nicht erwünscht. Whatever that means. I guess you told him no? Or something? Den Tag mit der Übersicht beenden, meist auf dem Parkplatz liegen, zusammen mit Massen an Leichen. I don't know what that means. He had to end the day most of the time on the parking lot, laying on the floor, together with masses of zombies, I guess. Or Leichen. What is a Leiche in English, guys? What is it? Body corpses, yeah. So he I guess the day ended for him on the parking lot all the time, on the floor, because he couldn't get to bed. That's what he had to do. So from his perspective, unplayable. For him, it's like the game is trying to keep you from playing because it's so bad. Because there's so many useless game mechanics or dumb game mechanics that keep you from playing and enjoying the game, I guess. He's calling it parking lot cleanup simulator. Because he spent all of his time on the parking lot, man. Let's see. Yeah, so you have a parking lot cleanup simulator, Mr. Null Exception. Now he's calling the game trash. He's not gonna play it again, but he's frustrated about it. He thinks it's sad because he wanted to play it properly. GigaChat review. Because he had fun. Wait, sehr bedauerlich und Spaß macht es mir, dann auch nicht die Fakten hier so aufführen zu müssen. Ich hätte gerne mal richtig gespielt. Sehr bedauerlich und Spaß macht es mir dann auch nicht. Oh, he wasn't having fun because of these things. Die Fakten hier so aufführen zu müssen. Oh, he didn't have fun writing the review. He is so over this shit. Please, rework, balance, a little bit of quality of life, sprinkle that on top, and it's gonna be something. And he's not completely hopeless. So you got a chance, okay? So you're telling me there's a chance. Yeah. He's telling you there's a chance, my man, eh? Gotta use it, eh? Okay, so for him, the most annoying thing was the ragdoll bug, I guess. Good review. The floaters are Dutch, I see. How many of your 50k lines are just wasted lines because of curly brace though? Quite a few, man. Quite a few. Most players don't use the parking lot. I assume that's why you got mad. I see. Yeah, I hope this helps. Comments are disabled for this review. Why did you disable comments? Interesting. This was the walking trade, guys. The walking trade game from Null Exception. It's doing very well on Steam. Yeah, they had a peak of 188. Really nice. Here you go. They've been doing quite well. It's going down now because it's in the middle of the week, but yeah, really cool. Yeah, it's that game is the demo version, and I don't know, when do you plan to release it? Is there like a release date planned, bro? Store? Yeah, now you have actually something that is not safe for work that you could show off to people when they question if you know something about Gamedev or not, right? Yeah, about 10 to 15,000 reviews. And you want a release date? You want to release it 2025 or January? Okay, well.
I mean, I can play it soon, and when you release it, you know, you could give me a key so I could play it, you know, my friend. So I can. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna struggle with 10 reviews here, you know. So I'm just saying.
Didn't he say he owns 0% of the game? Do you own 0% of the game, Null Exception? Aren't you doing it together, or is that some other guy? Like, clarify that. Let me save this here in a proper Aseprite here. Oh, I saved it here. Explosion. Did this game take 5 years? No, I think, how long did it take you? Over a year for sure. Explosion 64. Aseprite. No. I don't want to override this. I want this to be number 2. Now. Console. Oh, I see. It gives me the console. Oh, shit. And this wasn't running. We do it together, but I don't care about making money from it 1 year. I have other games coming. So, what does that mean? Are you gonna get money or not? And what do you do? I guess you just tell him what to do, huh? Good shit. I have 0%. What do you mean you have 0%? It's a demo. Of course you have 0%. Eh? What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna change the song. Chat, it's over. I've had enough of the song. Continue here. Get some. How about we listen to YouTube stuff, right? It was nice yesterday. A good MMO is missing on the market. Let's go, Null Exception. Yeah, MMO, bro. I want to see that, bro. Allow us to... No, if I allow you to make song requests, I earn less YouTube money. Fuck you. No. It's a couple of cents, but I still care about that in my situation. Nope. No. I get copyright strike left and right, man. Sucks. My game will kill WoW and Bodo. Okay, bro. Okay. You guys ready? I want to see if this works. We have a breakpoint in a texture packer here. And now what I'm gonna do is I will save a file. here. I will save the explosion. What is it? I will save the explosion 64 number 2. I will save the number 2 explosion. Okay, 8 frames. From within Aseprite, and I want to see if this now fires the... Oh, it did. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, chat. I have a texture packer. That was fast. Can I also see how long this takes? Does it really matter how long it takes to pack? I don't think I can improve this at all. I think this is the fastest you can do. Now sell it. The texture... No one cares about the texture packer. But I think there's a little bit of an issue here. Oh, it still puts the sprite ID instead of sprite data. Man, look at this. It puts all of the sprites in here for me to use. I don't have to do anything anymore. No coding, nothing. Absolutely nothing. All I need to do is create a sprite, export it from the right location. Boom. How do you know where the thing is being placed? Doesn't matter. I don't know that, but the texture packer does that for me. The texture packer figures this out here. When I call pack rects from the library. Amazing. Very cool. After a long day at work, finally back home and eat dinner while watching Cakez, struggling with his game again. It's pure joy. I'm not struggling, bro. What you mean? There's no struggling here, mate. That constructs data for me. Yes, this constructs an array of rectangles for me. And these rectangles contain the... Well, they contain the width and height and coordinates in the atlas for each sprite. So like the offset and the entire size of the sprite. Cool. Don't you want to delete the individual PNGs at the end so you're only left with your header file and atlas, Cakez? Why have double assets? I could do like a cleanup process, I guess. That would also eliminate the problem of files being left over that I don't use anymore when I change a name. Actually quite smart. Should I delete the assets at the end, guys? Like clean up? No, that doesn't work. Unfortunately. It doesn't work. No, it doesn't work, guys. Because I fire this script the moment I export one sprite here. I'm not exporting all sprites. Just one. You would want the source and runtime asset folder. Source is your raw sprite. Yeah. Exactly. I call it resource at the moment. But yes, resource contains... Yeah, we'll have to pack this up properly, but yeah. Don't delete. If you accidentally set the wrong pivot, you need to manually edit, right? No, I'm not gonna delete. If I need to clean up the resources, I'll do it by hand. It's fine. You would do that in something like Unity too. Let's say you import another sprite and the old sprite is left. You delete the old sprite. Yeah, I don't ship the resources folder with Steam. Exactly. I put the atlas into the textures folder. Texture atlas. Now we can actually do that. We can put that in there. Let me code this. And I'm gonna call it texture atlas 2 for now. Gets all of the images. Do I have this input path? Oh, I have it at the bottom, don't I? Yeah. I write the assets texture atlas PNG file to assets textures. There you go. And then I think in sprites there's one thing left to do, which is calling it sprite data, not sprite ID. There you go. I mean, we could call it sprite number 2 for now, because I already have sprite 2. There we go. Cool. Texture packer is done, and it reads directory changes, so there's nothing else we need to do here. It would work, Cakez. Nothing can stop Cakez. You're the best dev out there. Look, it only took you 8 years to make a resource packer and a game. Imagine what you'll create within the next 8 years. What are you talking about? It took me like 1 day. If I didn't get one guide yesterday, I would have been done yesterday with this. What are you talking about? It took me an hour and a half and talking about another game too. Huh? What's this guy on? Anyways, cool. Very nice. The only thing that I might do in the export script here is ask where to save the file. And I wonder if it's always asking it, or if there's a way to cache the export folder in the script. GG Gamedev, thank you very much for following. Did you use a library for packing? Yes. It's a library for packing rectangles. Name STB rect or something. Let me see. It's called STB rect pack. And I use the write image from STB to write the file. Okay, chat, what do we do next? I'm done with this texture packer. I could now use this texture packer in a new game. I could make a new engine right now, put the texture packer in there, create a thread, and let it just sit there. The only thing I really need to do, or need to have, is this bump allocator here. But I could even just create a small little buffer, malloc that, and boom. And I did not free both of these at the end, do I? I only free one. No. And I'm not terminating the thread as well. Or is it... it's called detach, right? I think it's called detach. There you go. Why would you need a texture packer run inside the game, but not as a separate tool which you would run when it's needed? Because I don't want to do any work. The moment I export a sprite here, I tell it to export, I want it to be visible in the game immediately. I don't want to have to wait. I don't want to have to do more work. Maybe make template game that you can use for every new game from now on. Make it public in the future, maybe? Yeah, we can do that. I would avoid the fruit theme though. Yeah, we will avoid that. I wasn't expecting this to be so fast, but I guess we can watch this video then. Wukong after time? Nah, we're not playing Wukong, bro. I'm too deep into making games. The video that this guy... Like, chat, is this a good watch? People told me to watch this for a long time. The secret to good game ideas. Is this a good watch, chat? Shall we watch this? Practical indentation. No, wait. Practical ideation. What does that mean? Methods explained. Practical idea? Methods explained? 25 minutes of yapping for you, yes? So much time to animate water. How to get good ideas. Too deep. Well, we're gonna watch it a bit faster. I like this change to not gameplay loops video a lot. Coming up with ideas. I do have ideas though. Oh wow, such a strong word from Burnt. I hate that guy. Wow. Okay, fine. We'll watch it. Let's see. I'm going in completely unbiased, but it's a long video, man. Holy. Let's see.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joe Baxter.
Hi.
I'm an academic and a game designer. I've been making games professionally for 10 years and unprofessionally for even longer. This is my channel, The Indie Game Clinic, where I review people's indie games.
I sent you my application for my game. I didn't hear back from you, man. Ha! Why not? My game not good enough for you to look at? What's the issue? I'm sitting.
Works in progress, and I also try and make other content to help you make the best games you possibly can. Now, if you've ever heard anyone talk about ideation, that might seem like a bit of a lofty, made-up term for something that should just happen organically, because if you're a creative person, you probably have more ideas than you know.
I don't want to sit on his lap the entire time, man. Stop moving around, bro. I'll be here. Okay? The camera always moves down.
Know what to do with. The problem is systematically reviewing those ideas and also coming up with ideas that you can actually execute. So I'm going to give you...
He's gonna give us a list, a to-do list of things to go from idea to prototype that we can follow, right, chat?
8 techniques for generating and assessing ideas, and some of these will be focused on trying to come up with new and original ideas, and some of these will be more about how do you judge what is a good idea and what isn't. I've just said the word idea so many times it's lost all meaning. The first thing on my list is going to be inspiration from life. Now, when you're thinking about a setting for your game and who the player character is, it might not seem obvious to...
Just copy popular game, do a spin on it, and to make it somewhat interesting, big money.
Think about menial jobs you've done. But there have been plenty of games about these sorts of things. If you've ever delivered newspapers or looked after a child or worked in a warehouse, those are all things that have had successful games made about them. It might not seem very exciting or inspiring to you to start off with mundane, everyday slice of life type topics for your game ideas. But do you know what else is not particular?
Isn't this game about cleaning stuff very popular? Like this, it's not a car wash simulator or something, but it's like cleaning things up with like water. Right, that was really popular.
Looking at the hundreds and hundreds of mediocre indie games about zombies, fantasy, and spaceships. I love those things as much as anyone else, but the market is absolutely full of them. The other benefit of starting with your own experience as ideas for games is it often means you have to actually do some game design. If you are making a game that is mainly about combat and crafting, those have mechanics and systems that have been done thousands and thousands of times before, and you can just sort of pick and choose what you like from other games. If you are making a game about babysitting, it's a bit harder. You have to actually do some design from scratch, so it could be quite a good exercise to pick one of these sorts of things to try and design a game around. And you end up in a position where instead of being one of 1,000 people who's made a game about goblins, you're one in 100 people who's made a game about bakeries or whatever. It could be something to do with where you're from.
Yeah, no one buys your game because no one gives a fuck about your bakery, mate.
And the national...
I'm the only person that made a game about tangerines in the tower defense genre. Guess what? 0 players. Oh, yeah.
Or local culture of where you're from that inspires your game, that makes it stand out in a way that being the 10 millionth person making a game about zombies simply won't. Now, the second thing on my list... Oh,
really? Being the 10 millionth person about a game? Where's the game? Where's the game? You got lucky. Oh, really? Yeah, zombies don't work anymore, chat. 63 people playing right now. Yeah, they don't work.
This might sound quite similar to the first, but bear with me a moment. Number 2 is looking at non-games for ideas for how to design interactions in your game. It's probably best here for me to start off with some examples. Reigns is a kingdom management simulator where you make decisions about a kingdom that you're managing. But you do it all through swiping left and right, and the game is basically designed entirely
so this on the phone, not interesting to me.
Of the dating app, Tinder. That's what I mean about looking at something that's not a game and working out how you can use that interaction to design a game. Whether or not Tinder is a game is probably a question for another day. Mini Metro was designed around the idea of it being like a toy train set. Another example of what I'm talking about would be that big old slingshot in Angry Birds. Now, even the
no. So this is not the full picture, man. Where's this? This is not the full picture here, bro.
Mini Metro was designed.
This game works, but there's another game that is the same idea that did not work, and it had a lot to do with the art style and the presentation of the game.
Around the idea of it being like a toy train set.
It's like it doesn't just work because it's about trains.
Another example of what I'm talking about would be that big old slingshot in Angry Birds.
I don't remember the game though, the other one.
Now, even the most casual player of video games can look at that big slingshot and just immediately understand the type of interaction that is going to happen on their screen, because the slingshot is an object from the real world.
Now, if we look at this from Jonas Tyrola's perspective, I like that video a lot, the experience. The experience of the game is you toss birds on constructs, right? You shoot birds. Is that the experience, chat? You're shooting birds to destroy buildings?
That physically behaves in a certain way. And the same sort of cross-pollination can,
that's
of course,
the experience.
happen with non-digital games inspiring digital games. Like Among Us is very similar to the social deduction game Werewolf or Mafia, but with some extra steps added in to make it more video gamey. While you can look at things in the real world for thematic inspiration, i.e. what the setting is, who the hero is, you can also...
Bro, so many examples, man. Like, how does this help? Isn't this just information overflow?
Look at things in the real world for examples of ways
and seeing things collapse is important, yeah.
Are fun to play. As a game designer, you should be interested and curious about the design of everyday things, looking at things in the world and thinking about what is fun to play with, even if it's just something like a fidget cube. Toys and different kinds of apps and software that aren't necessarily games can give you all sorts of ideas for interesting interactions which might make your game.
I think you do that naturally when you're a game developer. You're like, you see something, like when you spend a lot of time with this, right? I noticed that about myself. And I think you do this naturally. You see something in real world and you're like, why do people like this so much? And then you try to figure out why that is. And then you're like, okay, so why do they not like this so much? The other thing, whatever that is, right? Fidget spinners are just very, how do you say that? I'm missing the English word. Not relaxing. I guess satisfying.
Stand out and do something unusual that other games aren't doing. Number 3 is going to sound obvious if you already do it, but this is to start with your own limitations. Try and rule out ideas that come in that do not fit with that. When people are really new to
But if you start with this, then it should be number 1. Or is this just some rule?
The craft of games,
the order doesn't matter.
The top with the scope of what they're trying to do. Because when people are novices at things, they don't know what they don't know. So they have ideas that basically are unachievable for them at their current level. And even when people have made dozens...
No, nothing's unachievable. You can make a tower defense game about oranges
dozens
work.
Of games, it's often beneficial for them to think in this way, starting from the point of view of what do I know I can do, what can't I do, and what's sort of in the middle. Now, a skills audit is a process of kind of sitting down and thinking about that and thinking about what you're capable of doing. And it's sort of like working out what resources you have for a project. You might have an artist, but not someone who can animate a walk cycle.
Yo, Gcap, thank you very much for the raid, man.
Has portraits of characters talking, but not characters walking around. If
legendary game about oranges.
Push you down
True.
Fuck Cakez.
True.
Fuck Cakez.
No.
A road where you ideate around concepts that are actually more unique and interesting. The first time you think about it, you might think, well, that's terrible. I have to have animated characters in my game, but Dredge doesn't, and that has sold more than 1 million copies. And Mini Metro doesn't have any characters in, not even portraits, and that sold more than 5 million copies. Setting restrictions on what sort of ideas you take seriously.
Yeah, but you need to look at the whole picture, man. I thought so too, but that's completely wrong. You need to look at the full picture. Just because a game doesn't have animated characters, like for example Vampire Survivors, doesn't mean I shouldn't animate my characters in my tower defense game. No.
And really start to develop can help you cut out 90% of ideas. Then you're just left with the ideas you can actually execute, and you can start to think of variations on those. If we know it's easier to make a game with a boat than a game with a human that walks, then what are all the different ideas that could use a game with a boat? And going back to points 1 and 2, if you have personal experience of boats and say...
Are you a game dev like TCAP? Bro, what you talking about, Asenris, huh? I have a texture packer that automatically packs textures when I'm saving a sprite. You wanna see, bro? You wanna see that? Wanna be impressed, man? Watch. Watch this. Nothing in here. Okay? Running a game. Nothing in here. Other than the texture atlas, right? My one. My atlas. Watch. Where's this stored, by the way? Let me open up one that's here. Saving, like making a texture. Boom. I made an explosion. Boom. Looks really cool, right? Exporting from Aseprite right now. Told me where it put it. Texture atlas packed in a game. Explosion right here. All of them packed. And you know what? Code file written to. Boom. Boom. It's number 2 because I have Sprite ID already in my game, and it would, if I use Sprite ID, it'll complain. Yeah. So what do you mean I don't do any coding? Huh? What is this? I should have come here earlier. Then you would have seen it too. Now you don't know how I made it. Too late.
You should make an acid pipeline in the started project. Oh, really?
And the culture around boats, then you're now in a position where you've got an unfair advantage and you can have better ideas in that area than other people might. Number 4.
What I don't like about these types of videos, and I hope he goes into examples, is too much theory. Theory. Every time. What about some actionable steps? Nothing against the guy, right? But it's just theory. There's nothing that like, yeah, these things are all right, but how do people... Let's watch the full video.
Find the fun and then retheme. Sometimes games do start with an IP. They start with characters and a story and all of that side of things. And some games start the other way.
And also, this is like so much information in the first 7 minutes. Guys, does anyone remember what he said 2 minutes into the video? Live. In inspiration.
They start with mechanics and systems, and then things like world building and characterization is layered in later on. In most cases, we generally feel like mechanics and story
It's not hate watching, you dumb idiot.
Reinforce each other, at least to the degree that the setting and story make the game easier to understand and play. And one of the ways to make sure that your mechanics and your theme are coherent is when you're developing your gameplay to not be too wedded to your theme, to not be too precious or against the idea of changing what your game is fundamentally supposed to be about, because it might emerge while you're developing it that a certain thing is more fun than another thing. A fantastic real example of this is the game Ape Out. Now, the developer Gamedev started off making a top-down ninja-based stealth game, but as he was developing it, he found out that the
Wait, that's Mrs.'s game. Or did Mrs. take the idea from this? You guys remember the Mrs. game? With the Halloween game? Crawling on the floor, where you slowly uncover rooms as you crawl through like corridors, stuff like that. That was really cool.
Mechanics of grabbing
the same idea here
were really fun to play around with. It made more sense if the player character was a big, heavy, strong thing, and the opponents were smaller, weaker things with ranged attacks. Cazillo had an initial idea, started
really cool, man.
Focused on the gameplay, and then when he saw interactions that were fun, he tried to make them bigger and more prominent, and then changed the theming and the setting and the character to accommodate that more. Through that process, he was able to leave behind a pretty uninspired ninja game that might have gone completely under the radar, and instead he made the best ultra-violent, jazz-driven guerrilla game.
This is where an example would be really cool, man. Like, show what it was before and then show what it is now. Like, this is really cool. This is the type of stuff that I want to learn. Like, how was it before? What was boring about it or didn't work? And how did he change it? You know what I mean, chat? Like, for example, the character was small. This is what it looked like. Then he did X. And that was the result. That was already better, like, you know, and this would be, at least for me, like, am I the only person that wants that?
19. Number 5 on my list is to fix a perceived problem with a genre or with a type of game. Warcraft 3 was special when it came out because it was the first real-time strategy game to have such a strong emphasis on characters and story, really. And when George Tan designed Plants vs. Zombies, he was trying to solve the problem of how do you make an ultra-casual tower defense game that is basically marketed to people who've never played a tower defense game. These are examples of designing around some sort of perceived problem, which is what happens in most design fields outside of games as well. How do I make a chair that looks unique? How do I make a car that's more efficient? Design problem doesn't...
But Plants vs. Zombies also had a really cool and cute art style and very good colors. If you compare that to the current Plants vs. Zombie games, it's night and day. The original design of the plants was so good because the colors were chosen very well. And that is also what caused a lot of attraction on the phone from everyday people. But he's right. And Plants vs. Zombies works too. I don't know if... I don't know, like he praised over this, but Plants vs. Zombies worked in so many ways because it keeps you engaged, because you constantly get something new. You start and it's not difficult at all. I feel like he glances over like, what is the idea of Plants vs. Zombies and how does it solve a tower defense game for noobs that never played a tower defense game? What mechanic is there? Is it the lawnmower? Is it the lawnmower? Or what is it? Just walking straight, and since the different colors of the tiles make it so that everyone knows. What is it?
Games as well. How do I make...
Shit, it's so, like, holy shit, you can look at the... Like, these different tiles make it easy to understand, okay, so you only walk here. Yeah, the solves... You started with one lane, by the way. You started with one lane. I played the demo for like 45 minutes, Cakes, to get the challenge mode. I love the challenge mode and it made the game for me. The only reason I quit was because there was no beating wave 23. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Can you like elaborate a bit more on Discord on why you wasn't able to beat wave 23? Would be amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, people like the challenge mode a lot. And I'm currently working on items and making progression a bit more, make you a bit more OP. See, I want some actual practical examples. Like what? Okay.
How do I make a chair that looks unique? How do I make a car that's more efficient? Design problem doesn't need to aim to make something world-changing, but it can be really helpful to have one because, again, it will help you narrow down and focus what you're looking for. For example, take a genre that you don't like and try to figure out what you would need to change in order for you to like a game in that genre. Maybe...
FPS games. Why don't I like FPS games? I get one shot. I like medieval stuff better. I would need to exchange the bullets and the shotguns with bows and crossbows, I guess. Not a skill issue. I just don't like guns. I like medieval stuff better. Maybe shields. Like actual medieval shields and crossbows and bows. Spawned 50 wolves at once. Maybe it was because I was the last level doing challenge mode and it spawned the portal beyond all my changes. Yeah, that was it. I'm working on that, yeah.
It could use more simplicity in one area and more complexity in another. Maybe it just needs a change of tone or a retheme in a different kind of setting. You don't have to know the solution from the beginning, that's not the point, but making some kind of problem statement can be a really good way to come up with unique ideas for different takes on a type of game. Also, whatever problem you identify at this stage can help to orient the game towards a underserved target market. I know this all sounds a bit dry and businessy, but
so I'm going to skip a bit.
People who might enjoy this type of game, but they need it to be down your ideas as a single sentence pitch. It basically...
I think this might be interesting.
Starts with you thinking of what your goal is in the game and then describing it and a couple of the actions that you do.
No, it's it is experience. That's a single sentence pitch. That's what I learned from Jonas Tyrola. I think that's what it is. The single sentence pitch is the experience. So, for example, for Thronefall, you defend your castle. That's the experience. That's the single sentence pitch. Yeah. What you do in the game, the experience in a game, that's what it is. Try to do that as like an experiment for games you know. Too broad? You could fine grain it, but that's where you begin. We begin with the experience and then you build the single sentence pitch to make it more flashy. But that's the heart of it. That's the core. You defend your castle. That's Thronefall. And then you go and you add in, I guess, words. Let's just say words to make it more flashy sounding, but you keep the core at all times. That's what these pictures are. I had my finger a long time ago. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine though. It's like it's okay. Like it's just growing out now. It takes a long time to grow out. Thanks for asking, bro. It's fine. But let's see what he has to say about this.
If you
Action. I don't like this rule at all because I don't think this is how. Like, okay, you defend. That's an action. Your castle. It's missing another action. You could say that, but I feel like you should start with the single sentence pitches. Start with the experience, and then you try to make it action goal, I guess. But defend is also the goal, the castle. So like, I don't know what. So like, if we do Thronefall and we apply this rule, defending the castle, what would be the other option? By building a castle? Build defenses and defend the castle? Is the goal the castle? Survive? And defend the castle to survive? That would be the goal, to survive. Give this man a castle. Level up, kill enemy, leaderboard to me. Too broad. Too broad.
Describe those things, you don't really have a game idea. For example, if I told you I want to make a game about teenage superheroes, I haven't said anything about the gameplay there. All I've told you is a setting. Thinking in terms of broad themes can be helpful at certain points of the project, but we're here to learn game design, and that means thinking about what the player is actually doing. Your player needs to understand the
that's the experience.
Overall goal of what their player character is trying to do in the game world.
Yeah.
And then a few examples of the actions they do to achieve that. So for example, in Into the Breach, my overall goal is...
Oh, we looked at this. What is the goal of this? Okay.
To save the human cities. Some of the actions I take to achieve that are to destroy the kaiju and to upgrade my mechs so that I'm better at destroying the kaiju.
Today we are canceling the apocalypse!
Okay. Is that the experience too? Shall we think about that for a second? You defend against the... What are you trying to do? You survive? Sorry, what did he say?
Destroy the kaiju and to upgrade my mechs so that I'm... My
sorry.
overall goal is to save the human cities. Some of the...
Save the human cities. Yeah, that's the experience. You save the human cities by destroying the kaiju. Yeah.
Actions I take to achieve that are to destroy the kaiju and to upgrade my mechs so that I'm better.
Yeah, I mean upgrading the mechs.
At destroying the kaiju.
Today we are canceling the apocalypse!
In Stardew Valley, my goal is to try and create a prospering farm. Some of the actions...
Thronefall, Singe, sentence experience, single sentence experience. This is the reason why I'm king of my castle.
I can take in order to achieve that goal are to raise livestock, to grow crops, and to befriend the townsfolk. Those games have more elements than that, and I'm sure your game ideas will...
Isn't the experience in Stardew Valley to farm? To grow a big farm? Isn't that the experience? I didn't play the game, so I played it for like 10 minutes. I never really played it, only to look at like how the graphics were made. What would you guys say? Create and expand your farm. Yeah, that's the experience, right? It's the entire game revolves around this, right? That's not an experience,
more elements than that.
Man
But the point is, if you can't write a single sentence that describes the main goal and some of the actions that the player will be doing most of the time, then you probably don't really have a game idea. You have a story or a setting idea. If you can't describe your games in terms of a goal and a few actions that you take to try and meet the goal, then you're more likely to get confused when you start trying to develop that game and not know what to focus on.
Living in a village? No, that's not what you're doing. You are a farmer in a village. And what does a farmer do? Well, you farm. And you try to get a bigger farm, right? So you expand your farm.
On and just jumping here and there between developing mechanics and systems without the game really having a core appeal.
So, yeah, that brings me... Let's talk about my game just for a second, okay? What is the experience in Tangy TD? Typical experience. What would you guys say? What is the experience? Looking at water. Uh-oh. They get fired in the wrong location. They should. Death ball simulator. Looking at what defending the base. You're defending. Yeah, but there's no real experience, right? You're defending. Yes, that is the experience. But from what? Yeah, and the experience is in order to defend. No, the experience is to defend. But what are you defending? And in order to defend, you power up your heroes with items. With a wide variety of items. That's what you could say. But the core problem begins with the first sentence. What are you defending? Nothing. Survive. Yeah, but what? So, for example, if we take Thronefall, what are you defending? Your castle. That makes sense. They started with, we are defending the castle. The player needs to defend the castle. The castle is here. At all times. You can always see it. You can build around it. You can grow and become better and stronger. But it's always about the castle. You defend the castle. That's where it begins. The problem is, here is no beginning. I defend nothing. I defend this lane here. In Kingdom Rush, at least, you're defending your kingdom. You know, it's all about the kingdom and the evildoers invading your kingdom. That's why it's called Kingdom Rush. Kingdom is literally in the title, right? They are rushing your kingdom. You aren't really defending, you're on the offense. You're reclaiming the island. Yeah, that too, right? What do monkeys have about balloons? The experience in balloons is popping balloons, not defending. It's a different experience. It's all about popping balloons. And how do you support that? By making the pop balloon sound amazing. And they did. It's a different experience. The banhammer can knock enemies to exit Lamau. Yeah, I know. I need to... I need to rework that, I know. But yeah, you see what I mean? The difference between this, and I love this. Like, I'm so happy that we watched the Jonas Tyrola video, because that's exactly how you can begin your games. I feel like that's where everyone should begin. Try to find the experience that would be your game, and then think, well, if this experience, if I told my friend about this experience, hey, what if you wanted to defend your castle? Would that be interesting to them or not? The Jonas Tyrola video? Okay, I'll try to find it. The experience at Tangy TD is refunding the game. I'm gonna ban you next time you say that, bro. Let me see. Jonas Tyrola. I just did Jonas Tyrola latest video, mate. Videos. Not the latest, but this one here. That one's really good. Share. Here's the video. That one is really good to watch. Like, I recommend everyone to watch this. It's a really good video. A lot of examples, no bullshit, just straight to the point. I really love it. It's a really good video. I'll link that both on YouTube and Twitch. But let's continue here, okay? This is unfortunately what I'm missing. And I like this part, right? He actually gave examples, and with the background of experience, we could dissect these examples and apply them to ourselves. I think on Stardew Valley, he should have started with growing and expanding your farm. But for the most part, yeah. Let's see, maybe there's more.
This format, you can probably sit down and write down every game idea you've ever had in a long list, and then see which ones of them actually have enough to them to be worth pursuing. The purpose of
Yeah, I think this is where you should start, by the way. With this sentence. You start with this sentence, and then you look. Could this be interesting?
This exercise is, it's kind of sorting wheat from chaff. It's letting you know which of your game ideas are actually ideas for games and which ones are just vague ideas about a story. But another additional reason why it's good to practice describing gameplay in this kind of concise and very structured way is that it is often how games are described in marketing copy. And if your ultimate goal is to be a self-employed indie developer, then that's one of the many hats that you have to wear, is the marketing copywriter. Number 7 on my list.
I think marketing can be quite fun, especially when you get shit on by Reddit. That was great, yeah. You guys remember that when everyone shit on me on Reddit? You know, calling me out for like saying copying code and stuff. That was nice, yeah.
Is designing for moments. Now, if you're a nerd like me, you probably
memorable moments. Oh, such a long list.
A favorite board game designer. One of my favorite board game designers is Eric Lang. He's made a lot of very drama-driven, beautiful board games with lots of big pieces, and he's also made the board game translations of lots of video games. He basically says that he tries to design for memorable moments. So he would imagine some gamers in a game store talking to each other about a game, and one of them is recounting what happened in their playthrough, and he thinks of what those exciting descriptions would be like, and then tries to design the game that creates those memories.
I still remember the first time I got like a legendary item. There's no legendary items in Gothic, but I remember the first time I got the strongest one-handed weapon in Gothic 1. That was amazing. And once I figured that out, that was cool. And of course the dialogues. So I guess loot is cool?
Now, that might sound a bit wishy-washy, but it is a brilliant example of what people refer to as player-centered design or experience-focused
Pikachu,
design.
my man.
You're not making a game to satisfy your own curiosity about learning a game engine. You can do that, but if you're here to make games that other people want to play, then you need to focus on their experience. You can put any amount of game mechanics or any amount of content into a game, variations in weapons and levels and resources or whatever. But if your game isn't generating those memorable moments, then people are going to forget it. Players will love or leave your game.
So like a very strong item or very strong skill or level up, that's what he means, I guess.
Based on whether it generates those
like, give us some examples.
Memorable moments for them, whether they're playing it alone or with other people. And I'm adding this to the list because it might be a way of thinking that is quite new to you. Some of the techniques I gave you earlier on in the list, like drawing from your own experience, are designer-centered approaches.
Headhunter, Mage
coming up with
Blood.
ideas, or when you're
Oh yeah, Mirror. Yes. Like so many posts on Reddit about the Path of Exile mirror drops, right? And so many of them are fake.
sorting through your existing ideas and trying to work out which ones are good, this player-centric approach can be really helpful. And if you're sitting staring at a document that has 10 games that you want to make in it and you're trying to pick one, maybe the one where you can imagine the joy that players will get out of it or how it will make them feel is the best one to pursue. We're nearly at the end of this list, and so far, the previous 7 techniques have all been things.
I contacted the guy, Mr. 10X developer, before the Steam Next Fest. I didn't hear back from him, bro. I did. He has a website where you can apply.
That I've used myself, or that I've seen work in industry, or that I've seen work for my students. They're not necessarily things from a textbook. Now, the 8th item on the list is a bit more of a formal system for generating ideas or trying out different ideas, but it's a system that has 7 things in it. So I guess this extra content
I don't want to do 7 things now. We'll see. 1.75.
for having enough of an attention span to stick around this far into the video, or
Yeah.
maybe it's just because I thought 14 methods didn't have as much of a ring to it. What we're going to look at now is something called the Scamper technique, and some of these things are going to remind you of stuff I said earlier in the video, and some of them will be brand new. The great thing about Scamper is you can...
Guys, do you remember this? Tomorrow we're writing an essay. A thesis. Write it down now. Okay, I'll be watching you. No cheating tomorrow.
use it with an idea you're already working on to try and get unstuck and to improve elements of it or make it more interesting in general. Or you can use it to generate totally new ideas, often by starting with a game you like. Scamper isn't specifically for games, it's a general design practice, but bear with me and let's see if we can get it to work. So the S in Scamper stands for substitute, and this is simply taking one part of the thing and replacing it with something else. So it could be
replace oranges with Vikings, yeah.
Retheming a game to be a different thing, or it could be taking one mechanic out and replacing it with something else. It's kind of self-explanatory. The C in Scamper is for combine. It's kind of down to you how you do this.
I feel like these things... See, like, I feel like these things, what he's talking right now, that's what you learn by making a game regardless. If you're like paying a little bit of attention to what your surroundings are and you're taking feedback as it comes in, you're doing actual playtests with real people, they give you feedback, you do these things naturally.
But
I don't think you need to write this down at all.
2 genres together, probably end up with a game that's too complicated
What do you
to
guys
make.
think?
That's one example. But there are ways of combining things in games that actually streamline them and make them more elegant. For example, what about a game where experience points and gold are basically the same currency? Oh, hang on, that's all of the Dark Souls games. A is for adapt. Adapting a game means imagining it being used for a different purpose or in a different context. I think an interesting example here would be, how do you take a horror game like Resident Evil and make it age appropriate for younger kids, but keep the general approach to scaring people the same? M is for modify.
Okay, what is that game then?
But to be honest, most of the things on this list are modifications, so I find that letter a bit of a problem. The other thing people sometimes substitute here is magnify, which is a very helpful concept in game design. Magnify is a bit like the ape out example I gave earlier, where the...
Magnify? You mean like knockback on enemies when they die? Wait a minute, I can do that. I guess we do plus here. Oh, wait, or the other way around, huh? Magnify? Now you do it? Boom! 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 I guess that, huh? Is that enough juice, chat? Do we need more juice for this? Wait a minute. I have a banhammer here. I can knock back units. Give me a sec. Boom! Golly! YouTube video was true? 10 times better already.
Developers saw that grabbing and pushing were fun, so they made that the whole game. It's kind of zooming in on one element of the game design, excluding the stuff that isn't as fun, and putting the emphasis on what is fun, or at least what is interesting. Magnifying one element of the experience isn't just about gameplay, it can have thematic and storytelling and emotional reasons as well. For example,
Plus one player.
if you're making a game where a vampire is the hero, you might want to minimize how much time the player spends sucking blood, and instead focus on the innate vulnerability of the vampire and the fact that they burst into flames when they go out in the sun. It could just be an entire game about avoiding sunlight.
Depends on the balance though. If it's too OP, then it gets boring.
Instead of all of the different aspects of being a vampire. P is for purpose, or for put to another use. Imagine the thing you're designing being used for something other than entertainment. Like, could your game function as a piece of educational material? How does that change how you think about it as you're making it?
Let's see.
Is for eliminate, or the baby brother of eliminate, which is minimize, the opposite of maximize. So what am I reducing in my design so that players can focus on other things? Grand Theft Auto would be a very different game if I had to serve all my prison time in that game in real time. The time that the characters spend in jail is a minimized element of the game because it doesn't serve the core function.
Doesn't it just black out? And then a couple of days are gone. Like you don't even spend any time in prison. I haven't played it for a long
running around
time.
doing crimes like a maniac. To use the eliminate/minimize tool, you could generate a bunch of game ideas that are basically the title of a game and the word without, and then what you're taking out of the game. Skyrim without magic, Fortnite without building, a platformer without saving or lives, so on. I will go on and on and on about minimalism on this channel, but I think if you're making indie games, particularly if you're making one on your own, then this way of thinking is really important to lock into, because taking stuff out can end up with a game that is more interesting than what you were trying to do, and it can also make your game easier to make. For example, think of inventory systems. Okay, it might be unrealistic to have a Mario-style inventory system where you can only carry one backup item, but at the same time, it might lead to way more interesting decisions about which item I drop and which item I pick up at any given time. R is
He gotta read there, okay.
or rearrange or reverse, which is reasonably self-explanatory.
What was the last thing on the list? I forgot. I see, yeah.
What happens if we put the
See, he doesn't know these things either, bro.
elements of this thing in a different order? What if we swap them around? Thematically, it could mean what if the player is given a different role from what they usually have in this kind of fantasy? For example, if the player is made into a villain in a genre where they would normally be playing as a hero. You could also think about starting a story in an unusual place, like with an elderly hero, for example.
Man.
And as always, this doesn't have to just be about the theme. You could think about rearranging mechanics and using mechanics in strange orders that they're not usually used in, although I can't really work out an example of how you do that right now because I'm very tired. So there you have it. 8 different ways that you can come up with more ideas, and also ways to help you sort through
No, it's not 8. It's 8 plus 6. Or 8. So 16.
ideas you do have, and work out which ones are more likely to lead you to success. I have talked a fair bit today about theme and narrative, and it might have seemed like I was a bit dismissive of those things at times. I was just like, mechanics, 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 that's all that matters. But no, people...
No, the theme and narrative is the experience, if you begin with that, I think. And that's the one that matters the most.
Enjoy games for those other things as well. Now, if you want to
I said 8 plus 8, I think.
Me over the next month or so delving into storytelling and narrative for games, I'm going to be running a special series on this channel. Now, I've worked as a narrative designer in games. I have written narrative content for several commercially released games, probably the most well-known of which
Games and narrative coming soon.
And as well as that, I did develop an entire narrative design module for university students.
I think this doesn't matter at all. Look at Megabunk. Unless you're making an RPG game, I don't think this matters. What do you guys think? To mind, apart from Stardew Valley, to mind comes so many games that have like no narrative at all. Vampire Survivors. Even Palworld has no narrative at all. Nothing. Guys, does Palworld have a narrative? Just capture Pokemon.
So if you like and subscribe to the channel, and when those
that are not Pokemon
games videos come up, what you'll be getting is all the content that I developed
with guns. Pokemons with guns.
For that course, combining sort of scholarly theory from English literature and film studies.
But that's no narrative. A narrative is like explaining a story. Like Diablo. That has narrative.
And hands-on industry experience with making narrative games and making experimental narrative art games as well.
But it doesn't mean that narrative games can't be successful. At least for me, I find it easier.
World building, characterization, dialogue, how you give players interesting choices, how you create dilemmas for players. Then please subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, because there's going to be a special series coming up that is focused on all of that. In the meantime, thanks for watching. Leave us a comment if there's a particular thing that stood out or that you think you're going to use. Or if you've got an ideation method that wasn't on this list that you would like to share. Maybe you like to sit at the bottom of a swimming pool until you've nearly run out of air and start hallucinating, and then that's when your best ideas come. Maybe you lick some kind of magical toad from the jungle and you have prophetic visions that tell you what to design. If you've got some sort of unusual...
Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs.
Method, please share it in the comments, and
no.
I might try it out myself.
Don't do that. That's dangerous. Chat. Okay, so cancel. I feel like the big problem with this video was not enough examples. Unfortunately. Like I'm trying to think if there's something we could take away from this, because it was a huge list of things which you're not going to memorize much. And unfortunately, the examples, this is where we got to examples, right? The sentence pitch. This one is really good. Aizen, what did you learn? Yeah. Yeah, what did you learn, chat? I don't like I should really stop watching these types of videos then, because I feel like I'm always looking for something that is not there. I learned not to use side lighting when shooting a video. Guys, who cares about the camera? Whatever. You're just hating on the guy. Who cares? Like, let him. Like, it would be fine regardless. Let's talk about the content, not the guy, because it's not about the guy, guys. Guys, it's not about the guy. I like his jacket. Finish and release your game. Fail it when it makes the same shit. With Vikings fail there too. This is the way. Learn to lick frogs. Content too much. Anyways, here's the video, you guys. I feel like that's a big problem of YouTube, though. So much theoretical advice, not much actionable advice. That's the big problem, unfortunately. You know, and Jonas Terola has been doing a good job pushing against that. And there are other examples too. Like, he's not the only one. But we gotta learn. We gotta learn. And so, yeah, unfortunately, I feel like I don't like being negative on videos that I watch, right? What I think the problem is with such a huge list of things is it confuses an otherwise simple process, which is come up with an experience, write it down in a sentence, test if the experience could be something that people like, and you like too. You gotta like it too. You don't want to make a Barbie girl simulator game when you don't like Barbie girls, right? You want to make something that you like, and then create an experience and start with very simple examples, like what is the experience in Thronefall? You defend your base. What is the experience in Stardew Valley? You farm to get bigger, or you create and... No, how do you say that? You build and expand your farm. Like, these are experiences. Now you build your own experience for a game that you like to do. For example, in Vampire Survivors, it's survive as long as you can and level up, stuff like that. And then you take this experience and you apply a setting to it. So, for example, a theme, right, would be, okay, so I'm defending my castle. What type of castle? You know, and for the most part, that will be Vikings or in a medieval type settings, knights, something like that. Then it's all about knighthood, honor, and stuff like that. People like that a lot. Now you have a theme, now you have an experience, and you build a game around that. And and then you get to a somewhat fast, somewhat playable prototype, and then you pitch it out to the public. How do you do that? Well, you make a freaking game on itch. You set up a page. If you're building in Unity, click one button, build to web, upload the web build to itch, make a small page, ask for feedback, look what people like and don't like about the game. If the game sucks, no one plays it, well, now you have your feedback. Repeat. And then all of the other things, like all of the other points on this list, I feel like they're just noise, because it's tiny things that you do regardless of where you stand. Like, you do them naturally as you push out games to the public. The important part is that's not talked about enough. Get a playable prototype and put it out and directly get feedback immediately, as fast as possible. The feedback part is where you start to become an actual game developer and you start to iterate, or you start to realize, man, this version, this prototype I built is dog shit, and you make a new one. So I don't want to be negative about the video, but it's unfortunately there's so much talking and explaining and watch this before doing that and something like that, before actually going out and doing this simple step of making a small prototype. You start with an idea, an experience, build upon it, and boom. Yeah, but Supaku, you gotta get real lucky with that one, man. Most people are not that lucky. And if you apply that to yourself, I'm sorry to say, but you have been making games for 10 years before you made Pogostock. And so in your case, it's not about luck, but experience. So I wouldn't take your example. You might have made Pogostock in isolation, but you had millions of games before that example that you made and didn't complete or didn't put out to the public. That experience cannot be underestimated. Because you said yourself that before you made Pogostock, you made a game for 5 years and never released it, a 2D pixel art game. Sorry, but that's longer than I have worked on my game. So you can't underestimate that experience. That amount of effort and time and persistence is something. It wasn't a pixel art game and it was 8 years. Oh, it wasn't a pixel art game. See, but 8 years. See, like that's the experience that you get from making games. And so you could make a game in isolation without feedback because you knew from failed attempts what would work and what wouldn't. Because you spent an extraordinary amount of time refining and failing. That's why you can do that. But for anyone else out there that doesn't have that experience, that starting point, the best thing to do is to go out as fast as possible and get feedback. And let people tell you how bad your game is. Because that'll help you. And that's when you can feel like you're an actual game developer. Oh, I'm bringing out something. And I'm not spending 5 years and getting nothing out. And then all of a sudden, oh man, my game fails on Steam. Or fails regardless. 18 years of game dev in total before Pogostock release. Okay. In any case, here's the video, guys, if you want to support him. This video is not my cup of tea, but if you guys would like to support him, watch the video on 1% volume in another tab. That way he gets the views and the push from YouTube. Okay, chat. Just make the game in 4 days and have it be good, like Havoc. Yeah, and you never capitalize on that, bruh. You know what you could make about Hive Havoc, man? You could make it an incremental game. And the buffs you get that you have in your, like, with a million buttons, this would just be a skill tree. I'm not muted, am I? Bro, can you stop? Ban? Okay, so he tried to troll me, so that's a 5-minute ban. Yeah. Kinda should undo the... what is that? Let's get that properly done. Okay, guys, what do we do now? I've done everything I wanted to do. It's only 2 hours, 28 minutes. Any ideas? Start new game. Plan your next game, Cakes. Start brainstorming new ideas in your game. Asked only the player numbers for Dokov are nuts for a single player game of that type with many Chinese players, but still. Brainstorm next game and decide on a language or engine, etc. I feel like I would want to explore a little bit first, but I guess we could explore some game ideas and how to implement them. I already told you that I want to do... Uh-oh. Web setup for next game? How about that? Yeah, the web setup for the next game. What do you guys think about that? How about we build an engine that we can build to the web to very easily? How about that? And then we use the Texture Atlas Packer as like a library for that. So we can easily pack textures for the web game. And we also are able to build for Steam if we need to. What do you guys think? That a good idea? Why not use Godot or Unity for that? Back to GL though. Do I have to use OpenGL or is there another way? Maybe add a feature to animate map tiles. I don't want to do that for my game, man. Listen. There's nothing that this will gain me when I do that. You have to use OpenGL or use any of the countless wrappers. What if I use Raylib? Do I have to... Can I just use Raylib and build to web? What if I use the Raylib API, chat? How much work would it be to port to web or to build to web? Why not build to mobile? More money there. Bro, I'm gonna build to mobile maybe after the release of this game, but not now. I'm not building for a platform when I don't even have the game out on Steam. There's no point. It's a waste of time right now. You need them scripting for Raylib to web now? Instead of asking, just try. I'm gaining. I'm not gaining. I'm not gaining. Gathering ideas, man. I feel like that's the smartest choice. Before you do something, just look at what is possible. Right? It's no work because it works readily. Really? So Raylib, yeah, Raylib works. It uses OpenGL under the hood. Works out of the box. How difficult is it to write shaders in Raylib, guys? Is there like an example that shows me how I could write a simple shadow and bloom shader? Lighting and bloom? How difficult would that be? Normal GLSL. So I would have to write GLSL. Interesting. Hey guys, what do you think about Raylib? Or what is the difference between Raylib and STL3? What would be a better choice? Shall I make a poll? What was the constraint? No compute shader, what else? I don't know. You mean of Raylib? No clue. Raylib is for baby, STL is for toddler. Okay, we have like an elitist in chat right now. Yeah, okay. If you want Steam game, why you're focusing on web framework again? I'm developing this game off stream now. I'm not developing it on stream. I'm just having it on right now as we are gathering ideas. But I stopped developing this on stream. With mscript and Raylib compiles to web easily. I did it as a noob, not sure about shaders. Yeah, real man do native C++. How about you do that then? Go and release a game with real C++, bro. I'll meet you in the real C++ club then. Go on. Why? We liked it? No, I'll continue developing this game, but off stream. And the reason why I'm developing this off stream is because I'm tired of arguing with chat about every single thing I do in the game. I have a clear vision for what I'm gonna do for the game, and that's it. And I want to do other things on stream in a while. It's been 4 months without nothing but just developing this game. I want my new game to be available on itch as I launch the Steam page at the same time, but I'll probably do itch page first, and if the itch page is positive reception, that's when I'll do a Steam page. Like I'll stagger the release, and only if it seems to be successful. Apparently Raylib wraps SDL, Raylib architecture. Some example and usage shaders and Raylibs from the doc. Post-processing. Arrow, key scrolling disabled. Click outside the canvas. Grayscale. Posterization. Oh wow, Dream, that's great. Oh, I love that a lot too. That's cool. So many examples. Cross stitching. This is the shader that Animal Well uses. Oh, Predator View. So many examples. Yeah, scan lines. That's from Animal Well chat. Aha! Fish. So many cool things. Sobel. Oh, Bloom. Aha! Damn! I mean, if they make it that easy, golly, bro! What? Not bad. Blur. You need to download them? Yeah, I get it. I saw it. Like, I saw the files here. Oh, shaders. Load shader. Set render target. Bloom. Load shader 0. Texture format. GLSL version. Okay, we would have to learn Raylib, but that seems to be so easy, man. This is, guys, this is the entire C++ code. It's literally like 2 lines. Relax. No, I'm not relaxing, bro. I'm having fun. Another Raylib convert. Thank me later. I think that is the. How does he build this? If define platform Raylib. GLSL version platform Android platform web. GLSL version 100. That's so good. I think it's C actually. Oh, guys, shall we make a game in C or C++? What do you guys think? Why am I on? Yeah, because of the video, Peter. Let me unpost notifications too. But we're gonna skip that. Yeah, we're gonna skip that too. Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hello.
Thank you very much for subscribing, Mr. Evil. What a giga chat.
Am I so out of touch?
Man, we have a texture packer and web build already.
Just
Oh wow, you can zoom in too. Man, that's amazing. I love Raylib. I can make a game in Raylib and then a tutorial. Like an actual game, not the small game we made. The only thing that I'm missing... By the way, guys, what do you think of the particles? Does that look good enough, or is it not clear where the particles come from? Does it look good enough on the particles, or does it look weird? Oh, now the sword, the sound for the sword works. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm sold on Raylib chat. Unless someone has a better idea than Raylib, I think we'll go Raylib. I think it's decided. Anyone has a better idea than Raylib? C99? Existing engine so you can focus on gameplay? No, we'll do Unity as well. Before I start the new game, I'll probably do like a little bit of a small little fun project in Unity. Can I ask how the enemies move along the path in your game? Cakez? Path Fun explains. It's a collection of waypoints. A lot of small dots along the path. And they walk from point to point. If they overshoot a point with their speed, they look at the next point and move to the next point. So they never stutter around a point. They always move. Hi, Farmer. I think it's a good choice for a quick project. Hive Havoc Engine is a solid choice as well. No, I think you have stuff that I don't need. Because, like, for example, multiplayer. Might be wrong, though. Maybe try Clay for I'm GUI stuff. Clay for I'm GUI stuff. I mean, UI would be something we learn first too, yeah. Ultrasonic Fart, by the way, ADR and Gamedev. Thank you guys for following. Uh-oh. We're losing. Uh-oh. The sword hit is too atrocious, too annoying, and it only works sometimes. I lost. So-called graphics BGFX Relip. The score letter would actually be nice. Raylip uses OpenGL, right? Yeah, I think it does. One thing to keep in mind, Raylip is limited by the OpenGL ES limitation. One nice thing about it is it has angle support, so you can compile it to Vulkan, Direct 3D, and Metal. Raylip has angle support, so I can compile it to Vulkan and Direct 3D if I want to. No one greeted me. Hello, Pulsar. Good morning. How you doing, man? Are you having a good day, my friend? The score letter from TCAP's game. We know how to do a score letter. We've done Steam API stuff. I guess we don't have a store letter like he has, because he doesn't use Steam one, right? Yes, you can see performance improvements with angle. So I could even build to like some crazy cool things. Sounds more and more like I want to use that. Like this example is so fast. This is so quick. Is there a way to download this like real quick? And have all of these shaders so I can inspect them?
Am I so out of touch?
Is that possible?
No.
Sturdy post
So like an
just
extraction?
subscribed.
Instruction on how to download?
Height cap high Ozin high Kabushman high Superku high Orthano high Soulfoam high Farmer high Shady 11 high Perito high WhatsApp high Holden Margaret
Clone
high
Relic gives up.
Valigo,
It should be an
high
example.
Main Return,
Cakez.
and lastly high
Okay.
Cakez and fuck you Bask.
Ah, shut up. But thanks for the money, bro. Clone the repository. Okay. Oh. Cola time. Mono game is also really cool. Page not found. You sure about that, bro? Oh, it I see. It didn't
Hope
copy the
you
link
have a
properly.
good time, Cakez and chat Pepe Neil.
Guys, stop typing! Can't copy the link. Thank you. Mono game on the web. No, really? This is the library or the framework that Mr. Concerned Ape used. GLDR with a little effort. Publishing monogame projects to the web is possible so long as you remember it's the web and you cannot do everything. Hey, Nathan Coates, good morning. Yeah, it's here in the resources shaders. Clone Raylip. I think I'll clone Raylip and test out a little bit while we think what else. So, like, I need to build a, let's say, a plan, right? What to do from now on. I have written the texture packer. There's no need for that now. Raylip gives me sounds. I'm pretty sure I can change the pitch of sounds as well. 100%. God, that's a lot of shaders. Holy shit, resources, shaders. God damn, that's a lot. Examples, oh my god. So there's a lot to learn here. How do we clone the Raylip repository? We clone everything? Releases? Or do I just do git clone? Will you integrate it into the existing engine? The texture packer? Texture Atlas packer? Yeah, I think so. But I won't do that on stream. Like, this is engine related for me. No one cares about that. Like, I'm not gonna show that. That doesn't matter. But I will probably, yeah. Let me test something. Okay. 270 closed issues, 800 commits, functions added, functions reviewed. Oh, that's crazy. What am I supposed to get here, chat? Do I download it like this or do I git clone? I'm not gonna link it in CMake, absolutely not. I'm not using CMake for this. No. Read the readme for once, Cakes? Fine. I'll read the readme. This is just changelog. So I guess we'll go to Raylip. I know people getting triggered because I'm not reading stuff on stream. I get it, yeah. It's the same.
Cakes never reads anything. He's so stupid. Such a retard, man.
Build an installation. Working on Windows. Bro, I got Raylip before and I guess I did Visual Studio, yeah. And I think I used CMake too. Compilers. Is Zig here mentioned here as well? Compile using Zig tools. Compile the C file using the following command. Oh yeah, it does work actually. But I don't know if we can build to web. If you don't want to use the quick start, you have several options. Minimal setup. Download the dev kit. We'll try that. Unzip, create folder, download zip. What does restart mean? My computer? Shh. Or Steam? I used Visual Studio too. This is ridiculous. Someone link his own tutorial. I knew this was gonna happen. I don't wanna code in Visual Studio, guys. I'd rather kill myself. Joke. I dodged again! Use Raylip quick start. Guys, tell me. I'm done using Microsoft products. I don't want to use it. You think it would be a good idea to use Visual Studio?
I have written my own code to do that. I have followed this principle here.
Cakez, this video released yesterday showed up on my YouTube where Lucas Pope shows his modeling of game assets.
So there's this dude right here. We killed one of them before.
Ah, guys, stop spamming. You're annoying. Do you have a link? No. I'll block you. Scammed? Yeah, scammed. Yes. You wasted your points. Because you tried to interrupt an otherwise interesting part of the stream. Fuck you. Yeah, a scammer. Yes. Yes. Points gone.
Hi, I'm Lucas Pope.
Bro, I'm not watching 2 hours, man. Bro, what?
There is a light sphere.
What the hell? Narrating more time lapse. Oh god. Look how much work that is. What the hell? Why Microsoft product bad? There's always something. I don't know what this is supposed to tell me right now. How is this related to Raylib, my friend? It looks cool, yeah? Who is Lucas Pope? Return of the Obra Dinn. There's a game? Eh? How can, like, how's this? Like, you can't even see what he's doing. How does this help? I don't understand. No, I'm not hating on the game or anything. I'm just trying to understand this video. You could try Red Debugger from Epic Games along with some editor. This is easy to follow. Randy was using it as well. Okay. Poser, you're getting banned. 5 minutes. I don't know what that video was. Cakez, it's like someone doing a 3-hour painting time lapse and then talking about what they were doing. Oh, I see. I thought this had like some educational value in terms of, I guess somewhat, right? Where to place things. Understand. I mean, it does look real cool. But yeah, okay. Oh, I misclicked on 30 pause. I'm sorry. No, it was chat moving at the... sorry, I apologize. You want me to play that fuck Cakez now for 100 bits, man? For just 100 bits, you want me to play fuck Cakez? Fuck you.
Thank you,
bitch.
Gouda Cheeseburgers, for 100 bits.
Thank you, Dev Sponges, for the raid, man. Thank you very much for the raid, Mr. Dev Spudgers. Good morning. Hey, Dev Spudgers. I have a question for you. Sorry. I'm sorry. What is the experience of your game in one sentence? I have an idea in my head of what I pre-type it. That's what I think is the experience of your game in one sentence. That's a difficult question, really? Save this if you're interested in Odin. Oh, I like Audit a lot. We have made 2 games in it. That's not an experience. That's a genre smack. An experience is something you do. For example, I bring the same example because you guys are new. Thronefall's experience is to defend the castle. Managing a colony on a spaceship while exploring a universe. That's what you would say. Okay. What about this message right here? You rebuild your ship to survive in space. I don't have colony in there at all. But that's what I remember. I don't know if that changed. That's from like 2 or 3 years ago when I played your demo. Your ship was damaged and then you had to rebuild it. Would that still fit? I mean, it's missing the colony part, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. No, and thank you. Okay. There's more than rebuilding. I know that there's more than rebuilding, but what is the core experience? What do you do? Isn't it, for the most part, you're rebuilding the ship? And then you are surviving in space? Isn't that what is the experience is all about? Management. But guys, management is surviving in space. Like, how do you lose Stardust? When you die, right? When the ship gets destroyed? Am I correct there, or can you not die? Can you never die? In space? Oh, so you can die when the last ship computer gets destroyed. And that's actually happening because the AI in a ship computer. You are the AI. Okay, so DevSpot is like, how often does the dying part happen? Is that like the ending of the game? How long does it take to get to the dying part? Is it a very common occurrence? Like, do you die often? Because maybe a noob plays the game and they survive for 10 days. Or they survive for 100 days. Would you play it for 100 bits? Not right now. It takes too long to play. It's like the same as RimWorld, right? It can happen pretty quickly if you have a skill issue. And you have a skill issue when you first start the game. So surviving is correct, guys. You manage the ship, yes, but you're ultimately trying to survive the space environment, guys. That's the point. That's the experience. It's about surviving. You are managing the ship to survive. But what you do is you're trying to survive. Oh. Now we are guys, we are looking at different ways to make a game at the moment. We have gotten to... I'm so sorry. Oh my god. We've gotten to Raylib. And how do I download it again? Manual setup. Downloading it and using the solution Visual... Should I really do Visual Studio, guys? Okay, let me do a poll. Okay, chat will do a poll. Okay. When using Raylib, use Visual Studio, use VS Code, use Neo Vim Prime tutorial. I need to watch Prime tutorial. Neo Vim Prime tutorial. 2 minutes. Let's do 3 minutes. If Vampire Survivors was in space, it would be the same experience as Stardust with your summary. Yeah, maybe, but isn't trying to survive kind of the point in most games? It doesn't really mean anything. I could be wrong, Burnt. That's correct. We don't know. Vampire Survivors is the same thing, yes. What do you guys think? Oh no. Oh no. So many people don't want me to use Visual Studio. What? Ugh. Guys, why Neovim? So many people want Visual Studio Code even. Use Emacs. No, I'm not doing Emacs. Why do you guys want me to? Like the last time I watched the Prime tutorial, it didn't work, chat. This is annoying. Neovim is a waste of time. Yeah, I'll think about Neovim more than a second for sure. Prime uses Neovim, doesn't he? Just get it running in VS Code quickly. Gotta focus on maximizing iteration time. Yeah, that's true. Visual Studio is nice. Neovim, people are trolling him, Limao. Yeah, no, people are trolling for sure. Red debugger? Why would I need a red debugger? I already have a debugger. Like, who cares? I can already debug. What game are we talking about? FTL is a game with a ship in space and upgrade your ship to survive. Try Helix, bro? Nah. Stardust, yeah. Stardust. You can get rid of VS Code. This, guys, this is not a definitive what I will do, okay? I just use it as a guide. I will still make the decision myself. If we combine the two VS, we are at 27. Can we twist the result with that info? Cakes, why snitch? Why switch? Man. Are you excited for OpenAI's upcoming browser Atlas, Cakes? Nah. I never heard about it. It's just another way to spy on you, so why? Just more intelligently with AI now. Okay, let me first get Raylib though and get it to work. So how do we get Raylib to work, chat? I can download it right now by cloning the repository and then double click the solution and have it running in 2 seconds, right? Use my browsing data to show them to other users. Everyone will see my Asenris appreciation pictures. Let's see. Let's just make a new game, just new game, right? Put it here. And then we'll do CMD. And it always opens up on the right. I don't know why. Git clone, or do I have to do recursive? Is there some sort of recursive option I need to do, or does git clone work? I heard people love tangerines, so let me check how much people love tangerines for a second, okay? Tangy TD, SteamDB. 0 people love Tangy TD. A good idea. Yeah. They really do love it. Yeah. Yes. Use Mingy W plus VS Code. Anything else, you will hate it. Cakes? I'm not gonna do Mingy W, bro. We have done VS Code with Raylib in a tutorial. I could look that up too. Not fixing Swarm. Of course, there's 0 people playing. Inex, I still don't know how to fix it. That's the problem. I've been looking for ways to fix it, but I haven't come up with a good solution yet. We can have a discussion about it on Discord if you want to. But I don't know how I could fix it. Make it better. I have read your feedback, but if it helps you, I can read it right now. Or after we are done with Raylib. Let me see. Can I just do this? Oh, reconnect. I'm back. I'm back. Refresh chat. Yeah, I guess it cut out for a sec. Happens. Okay, what do we have here? Fuck Cakes bastard. Super cool. What is this? Super cool. Do you have something to say, my friend? Yeah, very toxic actually. It was TCap's. Ah, so it was TCap's fault that made you type these words. He went on your keyboard and typed these words. Yes, that's what happened. Is that what you're trying to tell me here, right now? Aha. F again? No, stop it, Shade11. Stop saying that. Like, how do I see the freaking contents? Whatever, let's do that. Okay, chat, so we have... I guess we need Raylib in, like, its own folder, right? But isn't there, like, a... Oh, no, this is annoying. I'll figure out how I got Raylib there the good way. But I don't have examples then, let's see. Make file, compile executable, compile execute batch, compile example batch. Hybris, thank you very much for following. Cakes, you're muted, clown. No, I'm not. You're banned for 5 minutes. See you later. Yo, my man, good morning.
I wanted to relax. I wanted to relax. God, that triggered me.
You can't be serious. You can't be serious. My game doesn't show up. 1 hour game, see Cake 77.
Hello.
Bro, where's my video? This shows up before my video? What the fuck, bro? Alright. Let's see. So I got Visual Studio. Windows setup. Visual Studio. How do I do that again? Blah, 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 blah. Oh god, no. CMake. Oh no. Do I have to? I'm sorry. Relax. Wait, he's dead. He's dead. Wait, I won, right? Did I win? I made a repository that I could just clone. Then it downloads Raylib. We mutually killed each other.
Ooh, double pop
Downloads
sauce.
Raylib. I like that. How can I fast forward the stream, guys? The stream? What do you mean the stream? Fine, let's get that. We'll see, maybe that's what I need. Final game. There we go, final game. Let's get that. Let's just get this code. Open the Visual Studio Solution, rebuild, grab the generated DLL lib. And your game done. What do we have here? Oh, we just have raylib, raymath, and lib. But we don't have the examples.
Someone putting his dick in water? What is this? What
So I would have to... Okay.
Oh!
I know that's...
Oh! Oh!
Oh well, let's test.
Huh?
No, I mean actually using it, yes. Okay, let's get that. Get rid of this dog shit. Do that again. Always opens up here. Git clone. Alright, that was fast. And I think I coded this game in... As far as I know, I coded this game in... Oh, shit, CMake list. Oh, no. Let's read this. Installation, CMake, setup. Git clone, download the zip. Terminal. Ugh. This will take forever? No, it does not, because... I see, like, for babies. I did this thing for babies. Super fast. Just gonna take a bit of time. Bro, just get the release zip from GitHub. Again? Bro. Bruh. Why do I keep disconnecting? From Twitch? What's going on here? What's happening? That's a bit annoying. Not gonna lie. YouTube works fine. Oh, it's only Twitch that I disconnect to. You guys are on YouTube is fine. I like Visual Studio personally, but damn. Did the Vim plugin feel super confusing? Better off just using NeoVim if you want that. AWS went down again. Compiling took all resources. And then what I do, build folder and open the game solution file. See, this is how fast you can get CMake running. The problem with this setup is though, I don't have hot code reloading. But we have the game and Raylib in here. When it finally loads, I hate that. Why does it take so long to load? Oh, and I hate that too. This source files setup, I hate that. Yeah, I'll figure out something, guys. It does work though, I think. It won't have sounds, I think. Oh god. Generating. How long does it? Unable to start program. All build access denied. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Did I do something wrong? Oh, Visual set the project as startup project. Okay. Yeah. So this needs to be as a startup project. And then we do F5. Yeah, now it does work. Press enter to start. How do I move? Yeah, so that's the game. I remember. Now, you guys remember this game, right? Oh, it's hard. This game. That game's hard. Because they run faster than me. And I like my Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't know. Like if I get enough kills, then I can. Oh. Shit. I almost. Yeah. Shit. So the game works. We have Raylip here, but we don't have everything from Raylip.
Hola chat developers.
Streamer, remember this project of yours? Oh. Oh. When did it release? A couple of days ago. Quite a few players now. Why is it only 6 reviews? It is a bit different than my game. Wait, you're clicking the entire time? That's annoying. Why? Why would you click the entire time? What the hell? Upgrades? It's a bit different than my game. No, there is auto shooting, but I guess it reloads faster when you click. Yeah, we had the same idea. And this guy. But why is upgrades in a separate window? Like, why not have it in real time? Here. Owned, infinite, heavy arrow. I feel like the upgrades panel at the bottom would be cooler. But yeah. He didn't clone that from me, absolutely not. He didn't even see the stream, bro. Like, this is from Warcraft 3. Yeah, I don't know. We are just a superior platform, YouTube, yeah. So what's your thoughts on swarms? Fine. I mean, I don't know about Raylip chat. I'll do some research on how to get it until tomorrow, okay? I'll try out different ways to get it, and then tomorrow I'll tell you what we're gonna do, how we're gonna get it. I want to explore that a little bit so that we're on the same page. Because that's usually the most annoying part, figuring out the beginning, and I'm just terrible at following the early stage tutorials, because there's oftentimes information that I miss, even when reading, that I would not get, that I don't get. So for example, I want to have this. Right, and then I downloaded Raylip, but it doesn't really say compile using Zig. Oh, I get it. Cakez wants to change his whole setup because he wants to make a video. No, I don't want to make a video. I want to make a game. That's the point. But I will make videos of stuff that I do here. Yeah, sure. Of course. Just scroll down and read it fully. Listen, man, how far do you want me to scroll down?
That's a Daddy, chill.
Look how...
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Raylib include. Raylib lib. No default lib. I'm finishing Tangy TD off stream until it's done, and then I'll make a post. You literally have to run a make command. Yeah, I don't have make, and I really do not want to go into this entire ecosystem of make. I'm not trying to ditch VS Code, I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for me. I would love to use Clang. The setup that I have now is great. You don't like $2 make things. You don't like $2 make things? I don't like MinGW. I have a setup with Clang that I love using, and I would like to use that. And there's no example for Clang here. The only one that comes closest is MSVC CL. So I'm pretty sure there's a way to build this with Clang. That's not documented here. One file, 40 lines of code setup is great. Cakez. What's the problem with that? GCC one just replace with Clang. You think? But it says link Raylib. I need to add a link path to Raylib, don't you think? I mean, let's try. What I would like to get working is this example here. That's what I want to see today. Is that possible, chat? If I download Raylib, I just want to see that running on my computer. Yeah. That would give me some motivation. Because right now, my motivation is very low. Because I'm too dumb and stupid to know where to start. You know? So, for example, the first thing that confuses me is what I should download. Like, it begins with, okay, working on Windows. And then it talks about compilers, but I haven't even downloaded the Raylib yet. So what am I supposed to download? Right? Doesn't matter if it's suited for 3D games. I just want to see it. I want to see it. That's all. I want to see it running on my system. Isn't there a Raylib quick start? Am I on quick start rate? See, this is why I was able to follow my example, because it literally tells me clone this, do that, do this, do this, do this. It's like a step-by-step. This is what I'm missing. And oftentimes it's just so many words. Windows users, let's talk about compilers already. Double click the batch file, MinGW, but I haven't even downloaded it. So I download what? This entire repository? I gave you a step-by-step. Open the Visual Studio solution. But you didn't tell me what to download. No, that's not true. What am I supposed to download? The entire repository? And also, where is the Visual Studio solution? Rebuild, grab the generated DLL. Okay, I'm gonna download the entire repository then. Let's see. No, not the commits. Whoops. You already cloned? Yeah, I cloned, but I deleted. I cloned it in here, then deleted it. I'll have to clone it again. Oh, Visual Studio is open. Oh yeah. Let's close that. Good. Try again. Oh my god! HIO Raylib Raysun 5? Oh my god! This guy is so dumb! Raylib Windows installer. That's an execute. I click no. Okay, I mean, before I use an installer, right? Because now I feel like a fucking idiot. We'll try this, okay? Hey. They gave him an executor. Not again. F? Drop frames. What the hell? Oh no. Wait, is it GitHub? Is it the cloning? It's the cloning of the repository. I think it uses the bandwidth. Or maybe the CPU or something? What the hell? Guys, I need to go to the bathroom real quick, okay? I'll be right back. And where's the project in here? Somewhere? VS Code? VS Code. Yeah. 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 Oh no. No. I'm not falling down again, guys. I don't get the error. I did get the error. I did get the error yesterday, yes. Studio, don't even think about it, guys.
Mr. Cakez 77, the famous Twitch gentleman. The first months of your journey I thought you were kinda bad at programming and graphism, but months after it seems like you didn't give up, and it's quite impressive because I didn't know someone could be that retarded. Congrats.
I still can't do it. If I move the mouse so fast, it's so frustrating. This part is so fucking dumb. Who's this guy? Who is this guy? Oh, cool. Back. Hi. Hey! What is this with this game, man? Fuck you. That's hey! No! Please stop! Oh, come on, man. This is so fucking dumb. Because more than one means delicious. That is a self-made pancake. Chat. Man, so many things here. How are they doing? Relic Guardians. Oh god, they're hitting 200 now, guys. Uh-oh. They're hitting them 200s. Man, this game is popping off. Last time we checked was 170. We'll check later later again. Look at this, there's a project in VS Code. Ah, fuck you. Main C. I guess they don't have what the hell? Do I not have like a Visual Studio Code? What the hell? New window. Open folder. Spieleentwickler. New game. N. ABCDFG. Minigame. MN. Other. Hä? What the hell? Am I stupid? New game. Oh, I see. It's under new game in D's. Nuts. There you go. Projects. I don't think there's anything in here, right? In this? Main C bloated. Oof. Oof, that requires a bit of setup. Love camera. I mean, Mr. Ramis, you also like this a lot, right? Relip, you've been making your game in Relip. How's that going for you, bro? I really like Relip, yeah? Very nice. Ah. I used it in the past too. Makefile. Yeah, I do not want to do... Oh god, look at this. This is what I want to avoid. Look how many lines of code. This is more lines of code than my fucking main file. This is why I want to avoid this. You see this? Holy shit. So we gotta find an easy way to build Relip or to use something else. You had 50k? No, you don't even know what I'm comparing, bruh. I'm comparing this file in my game that includes two different, like if you get rid of these two and we're just looking at Windows, it contains, and this is also building to Steam. If we get rid of Steam, then the entire file is like 1 page to build my game. And that's also including building a DLL. Your file doesn't support all platforms? What? Well, are you blind? This is Mac, and this is Linux. Anyways, guys, doesn't matter. How do we get Raylib? Cakez said, and I quote, open their Visual Studio solution. Build, take both of those out. That's what we're gonna do. Just use the installer, bro. Too easy, man. I'm pretty sure this is already set as a startup project. Okay, build. What does it even do? Like the Raylib. Aha. So it's apparently not that simple, huh, Jacob? I followed your steps, mate. See, that's the problem. You start here, but you're not starting at the very beginning. That's the issue I always have. Select DLL from the dropdown. Huh? What do you mean DLL from the dropdown? Debug DLL? You didn't do what I said. Rebuild, okay. He's correct, I didn't do what he said. I apologize, I'm an idiot. Okay. Rebuild, grab the generated DLL and lib. Okay. Oh god. Oh my god. But these are debug files. I see. We want them, but we also want to have the... can we get the release files too? Is that possible? What does it matter? How does it work? Change the dropdown from... Like, what do I want? What do I want? Debug or release? Do I want both? Release? Do debug for now, it doesn't matter. Are you sure? Because I want to make a game that is very efficient. I want to have like, let's say 5,000 enemies on screen. Huge battles. What would be the difference between Raylib debug and Raylib build? Sorry, release. Yeah, I want to make it very efficient. You can change it at any point. Raylib is going to be there for performance 30 pores. All of the performance heavy stuff will be done in code. We'll figure that out, like the C++ version. So threads, optimizations like flow fields and stuff like that. We'll figure that out in C++. And when it comes to rendering, we're gonna use culling a lot, and we'll use instance buffers, and we'll use yeah, rendering 5k enemies is not going to be great in Raylib. That's what I wanna test. I don't think so though, guys. Why? You know why? What is the mining game called? What is the mining game called, guys? Moose minus. This is done in Raylib.
The takeaway from this segment is we need to animate water.
Moose minus. Where's the dev? Here we go. How I made a trillion, how I made a game with that much in Raylib. Look how much he displays. This is done in Raylib.
In my game Moose Miners, there are trillions of gems that can be mined. The gems are placed in a grid that is about 32,000 tiles wide and about 2 billion tiles deep. Each tile has a gem on it, which means there are about 64 trillion gems that can be mined in total on the map.
This is the game. Remember, yeah, but this is what I want to do, Ramus. That's why I'm considering making a game in C++ or C, because this is exactly what Jonas Tyrola talked about in his video. If I choose to make a game in C++, I should leverage that. I want to leverage that. I don't want to write a Vulkan renderer. I don't see the advantage of a Vulkan renderer, but I see the advantage of optimizing the C++ side of things. And when it comes to rendering, I can use instancing, batching, and whatever this guy does to make it not take as much, how's it called? To make it not take as much, what is it called? Whatever that's called, man. Power, I guess, but performance, right? Why do you find a game for using C++ instead of having a game and then deciding which language to use? I already have a type of game I want to make. I told you, but I could show you. This is what I want to do. But with a little bit more graphics, with my pixel art graphics. This is what I want to do, but with my pixel art graphics. I want to make a game about big battles. Guys, I'm not writing an engine from scratch. I'm using Raylib. Why are you arguing? I don't understand. Raylib isn't an engine. Raylib gives me everything I need to make a game apart from strings for multiple languages. We just wrote a texture packer, so I already have a texture atlas ready. We have textures immediately imported from within Aseprite. You should still benefit from a blown engine. I think this is a blunder. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. If you've ever seen Cakez use an engine, you might think using an engine. Shut up, bro. Okay. I would not survive an engine, a game in Godot, guys. I made the food myself. My mom didn't make this, no. Want me to film myself next time when I'm doing it? Yeah. I already had 2 cooking streams, yeah. But this game is popular, mate. Excuse me, Moose Miners. It has 100 players right now. Might not have the best reviews, but still 460 reviews, not bad. It's an idle game though, yeah. Hey Rafi, how you doing, man? Good morning. Download Raylab, mono game, Raylab. TCAP, grab the generator deal, then name your own game, done. Yeah, I'll think about that. Hi Cakez, hi Rafi. Was the game laggy for low-end devices? We are doing a commercial game in Raylab and it was fun and fast to prototype, but we would restart, I would 100% pick an engine. Why? Give me some reasons why. Like give me some reason. Like yeah. In the day in the life of Cakez I would watch. I did that in the past, but I guess I could do an updated one. What are you eating? Pancakes, my friend. Include has all the header files. The root folder should have lib. External. Sorry. External slash should be glfw. That's what mine looks like. I mean, we can go into this discussion. It's fine. Why not? It's fun to do, but I would rather have spent the time doing gameplay stuff instead. Let's see here. When you realize you have to implement things that are one function call or one checkbox in an existing engine, like proper localization, glow, resizing, scaling, rich text. What is rich text again? Optimization. And that's only half the stuff that bothers me. Whoever suggested Unity is a retard. Whoever suggested Unity is a retard. Coke and pancakes, bros living the dream. No, I'm getting fat, my friend, because I have injured myself in soccer again. It's actually a game tonight, but I don't think I can play. Rich text in tooltips where you have text with different font colors, styles, etc. Oh, I see. And you have to implement that in Raylab yourself, the font rendering, right? No, not the font rendering, but the switching of color, TCAP. So you would have identifiers in your code, and you would have to find a way to determine, oh, after letter 5, I have the identifier here to change the color to yellow. Raylab has, yeah, Raylab has font, but Raylab doesn't have color changing of font, right? Passing, all of the handling of that, the passing, yeah. That's easy though, I guess. UI is a pain without an engine, that is correct. What about multiplayer and tools? I don't think I would do that. I don't think this game has multiplayer either, right? No. Don't need that. How I see it, I'm a professional game developer for 10 years. You need to use your own engine in case you want to create your own engine. You should use an existing engine if you want to make games with rare exceptions. Voice in Cakez head. I will not use Godot. Hi. Had a blast watching the game on YouTube. When is it released? Oh, cool. Glad you like it. I'll try to release this year, early next year. That's what I'm trying to go. Sorry, that's what I'm aiming for. I disagree. You should make your own engine if you can make one and your game requires the performance. Interesting takes here, my brothers. Balatro was made in Love today. All it gives is open a window and half a function and a draw function. It sold millions. But how did Balatro implement the font? Can we read up on that? Balatro font rendering. Is there something to find here? Balatro general discussion. Recreated Balatro's effects in Godot. Graphics and text rendering. 2K. Nahum Vax. Functions take a Balatro. Imager. What is this imager? No, this is fake. No, this is fake. No, you're not making me click YouTube. No, this is fake. I will not believe. I don't believe that. No. It's real? No, it's not real. No, you guys are making me click this down. It's not gonna happen. See, you guys are lying. Fuck you. God damn it. So close. Shadow banned confirmed. No way, it's real. So how did you guys do it? Yeah, okay, yeah. This is so mean. Yeah, fuck these guys, man. Fuck these guys. Fuck you. Now is that... Piss off, man. I told you. Another issue with using Grelip is you will not be able to port to consoles. Yeah, I don't really care about the consoles, to be honest. I believed it. Yeah, me too. Fuck these guys, man. Assholes. The 1 minute where it seemed true was nice. Yeah, it was nice. Yeah. Now I feel sad. Is there no Balatro wiki? Is there no game development talks about Balatro? Hi Cakes, it's me, only a watcher. The rest of the chatters are my alt accounts and you've been always streaming to just me. Don't forget to take your describe pills. Your mom is worried. Shut up. Fuck off. You didn't care about web before, now you're crying? What are you talking about, Evans? See, ever since you tried to help me, you've become toxic. When did I say I don't care about web? I've been talking for years about making a web build on itch.io. Huh? I think Balatro just uses the law of graphics print method. Can you link me that print method? Smeezy? We're making a Flash game? No, we're making a game, but I'm trying to, like, see, this is the cool thing that we can do now. I have 4 years of experience. Other people in chat have maybe more or less. But we all have experience making our own engine now. Some of us have shipped products. Some of us are in the process of shipping. Some of us are still working on the products. And the cool thing is we can have an educated decision on what would make sense before we invest the time. This is what we are planning. We're in the planning stage of a new project and we are going through the different options to look at what would be the best to do before we do something. I'm not ignoring it. I'm looking for pros and cons, Pulsar. Twitch TV Cakes, clip. Ah, fuck off. I'm not watching that clip multiplexer, okay? Fuck you, asshole. Thinking chat is educated? Yeah, I mean, some people in chat are not educated. That's correct. Yeah. Okay, do I look up the function myself? Or are you on it? What is it? Love2D? Love2D. Love.graphics.print. Difference between... Can I please get the freaking documentation? Love to the engine. Can I not get the print methods? Docs. Can this AI shit piss off? Can I get a link to this method? Leafhow.net? That's not the same. Chris Kirk? Is a guy walking down the streets? Function. Bro. Wiki, thank you. Holy shit, is that bad? Google has gotten down. Google is just... Oh my god. Oh, come on. You can't do that. Can you stop flashing me, please? Like, which person thinks that a white web page is still good in 2025? Aha, print method. The text to draw, position of the object, X and Y, orientation radius. Radiance. Oh, rotation. Scale factor. Man, that's exactly what they have. That's exactly what they have. See, this is what they do. This is also... I'll show you something very simple, chat. Watch. What is the orientation for? I'll show you. Watch this. The text. You see the text here? That is a combination of rotation and scaling. And they have that. If Raylib does not offer this, then obviously we gotta write that ourselves. And the annoying part about... It does? Wait, it does? Raylib offers this. Okay, then how can we change text color inside of a string? Just sit out a game ASAP and hope it sticks. Are you going to use Odin with Raylib? No, I will use... In the video, wasn't the 3D effect using a shader? No, I don't think that's a 3D effect. It's a rotation. It's a rotation, I think. Here, you can see it here better here. I think that's a rotation. If you want me. Oh god, what is this now? Cakez, I think you'd be in a better position if you spent the last years learning how to create screen transitions, writing shaders, etc. You did learn that, but you can't deny you spent a lot of time doing Vulkan, OpenGL, DirectX loading. You're amazed that function has a rotation parameter when rendering text. You should leverage that. Your game is good, and it would be 10 times better if you spent working on it instead of writing all the engine of your game. What do you think we are doing right now? Why not try Love2D, Cakez? I want to have a lot of stuff on screen, and Love2D is Lua, and I don't think that will help. I would be better off using Unity then. Balatro has made a Love2D which has a nice font renderer. I have worked on the game for 6 hours today. I stopped working on the game on stream, but I will still... That's what the shatter said? Relic with draw text, font, char, position, rotation, size, spacing, color. Cool. Relic cheat sheet. So we do have rotation, but what we do not have is... Oh man, I don't like that a lot. I mean, it's great, but also I can't click on this text. Save file text. Oh god. Yeah. No search text. Yeah, nah, bruh. Draw text. You need to know what you're looking for. Draw texture. Wait, draw text. Code point. Draw text pro. Rotation, font size, spacing, color tint. Draw text extension. Current FPS, draw FPS. So that's cool. Draw text using default font. You said yourself you have a family to feed, so just use an engine and stop wasting time, Cakez. Guys, I need a good reason to use an engine. And I think I can be much faster with this because I don't have to learn the engine. And I have built a really fast pipeline to import sprites. So the only thing that I'm lacking at the moment would be font. It would be localization. I would have to deal with some lighting. Yeah. Pulsar, you cannot take last 4 years and pretend that it's gonna be the same approach. That's not true. Good reason to use Unity, Cakez. Making a game without an engine. Should you? I did. This is my story. I did. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, exactly. We need to weigh the options. Be careful with custom engine. If you get a publishing offer, they will demand to know which platforms you can... I will not go for a publisher. I'm saying that what I'm seeing is a third-person viewer. I think you'd be more productive with an established engine instead of wasting time looking for stuff you'll never use, like Love2D. Guys, understand something, please, right now. What you do before you start a project, especially when you have experience, is you weigh up the options. You build pros and cons, you build a basic idea of what you want to do, and you design the game a little bit beforehand, and you decide what to do before you do something. Just jumping straight into something doesn't make any sense. That's what you do when you have no clue. And so that's what we are doing right now. We are building pros and cons. We are looking at the different examples of what we can use. And then we are making a decision. I've not been doing that for the past 6 years. I'm getting on my nerves, man. I've not been sitting down making a new game for 4 years. What are you talking about? Why are you even arguing such a dumb thing? Bro, that doesn't make any sense. This is the first time I'm sitting down with the experience of 4 years and past projects to figure out what I should use for my new game. Why you even... Like, this doesn't make any sense. Wants to make games faster and make money, waste 4 years on an engine and game that a student can make in a month. Ah, shut up. What is this? Video. Cakez. The trials of game engineering re-uploaded. Path of Exile, we wrote an engine. So can you. Guys, I'm not making Path of Exile. I don't need to go through this stuff. Like, this is not gonna help. I don't know. For future reference, how can I make the fabricated image more believable? Ah, fuck you, man. Go away. Jonathan talks about how easy it is to write your own stuff. To be honest, you mean Jonathan Blow? I don't really care about that. He's in a different position than me, and he's much smarter than me. So his stuff, and especially the Handmade Hero stuff, sorry to say that, but for an average Joe, it's bait. But a lot of bait. Okay, these ideas are great and all, they sound great on paper, but when it comes down to actually sitting down and doing it every single day, which I have, bro, you're wasting so much of your time. And if you want to make a game, bro, you are wasting your time. Because at the end of the day, you know how to add in sound samples, you know how to mix sound samples, you maybe know how to compress sound samples when you add them together so they don't clip. You may know these things, but you know what you don't know? How to make a proper looting system, a proper combat system, a proper transition between menus A and B, a proper gameplay loop that makes people engage with your game, a proper reward system. You don't know any of this shit because you're spending your time adding fucking 2 shots together to make sure they don't clip. What the fuck, man? It's great and all if you want to learn that, but that's not what you should be focusing on when you're making a game. So, no. Yeah, it's easy, especially when you're real smart, but most people are dumb like me, like a fucking wooden block, bro. So, yeah, in any case. No, I'm making a lot of grand arguments to use an engine, but Raylib gives me sound. Raylib gives me rendering. Raylib gives me window opening. It gives me input. I have written a keybind system before. I could write that in literally a minute. I have done these things before. Not that difficult to do. So now I'm in a different position. Most of the stuff is taken away from me to work on. So now what is left to do? And is the work required left to do? Is that too much or is it fine? That's what we need to figure out. So for example, what Raylib does not give me is a proper font system, a proper localization system. Let me Google that, right? So we would have to come up with a localization system ourselves. The good part is I need to come up with this on my own for my engine too. So if I figure this out for Raylib, I figure this out for my game too. So I can win on both ends. You know? Raylib only really covers the basics. Yeah, but where the basics are not enough, DGOT Live, I've spent a lot of time figuring the rest of the stuff out to maybe fill in the gaps. So now we have to figure out, okay, where does Raylib have the gaps? How much can I fill in with stuff that I've already done? And how much would I have to write and learn because I haven't done that? You know? I'm familiar with the sunk cost fallacy, yes? Well, is this going to be a side project? Are you abandoning... No, I'm not abandoning Tangy TD study posts. I'm working on this off stream. Instead of filling gaps, you should spend time on actual gameplay. Doesn't that sound better? Yeah, that's the point. If the gaps are 2 weeks or more, that might be a little too much. But if the gaps are like 1 or 2 days, I think that sounds fine. You see? And so that's why we are sitting here and we're figuring out, okay, what shall we do? What would make the most sense? Ready to do app in Raylib. I've done a game in Raylib already. Cakez, I've made a game in Raylib and will not help that much with UI compared to your own engine immo. The UI Raylib provides is pretty bare bones. Oh, I could do my own UI. I have a UI system. Question is, would that make sense? Click my link, Cakez. Answer is good. I'm not doing Godot. Godot is this video people wanted me to watch. I'm not using Godot, man. Cakez, would you say it was worth writing Tangy TD from scratch instead of using more sophisticated tools? You mean more sophisticated tools in what way? Like an engine? I think it was worth it, yes, to learn. But I would do it again to learn again. But at some point you gotta like level up, right, as a game developer. Answers Unity, answers Unity. Why are you against Godot? Because last time I made a project in Godot, I quit because I couldn't handle it. I hate the UI, and I wouldn't. And unless they completely changed it, which I don't think they did, I just don't see myself using it. Don't use Godot though, it has so many rough corners. Yeah, no. Like, and the biggest issue I had with Godot, and I'm pretty sure it'll come back, is the fucking scene error, man. Not being able to load a scene. I hate it, man. Nah, I'm good. Raylab is easy to set up for me. I already have the library compiled and the project settings remembered. It's just yoink and paste. Page what? Yeah, I had like an error happening all the time, where I would load a scene that I worked on previously the day before, and it would not load the scene. Something null reference. In Unity, you will see a lot of errors called null exception. The only thing that makes me consider Unity a lot, guys, is the lighting system. I gotta be honest. That's the one thing where I'm like, I don't think I can recreate such a good system as Unity has. I just don't see it. I want to have this awesome mechanic where as you... For 2D, yeah, as you grow bigger, the lighting just expands, and outside is just a fog, a menacing, deadly fog. That's what I want, and I don't think I can recreate that in Raylab. 2D lighting is easy peasy, guys. I've done this 6 times. It's not easy peasy for me. You know? Using an engine means other devs can work on the project. Nobody wants to work on custom solutions. Yeah, but we are talking about me here. I'm not working together with someone. I will work together on a game with Haskars in the future. But I first want to test if I cannot make a prototype in a reasonable amount of time. Do a Unity stream tomorrow. I'm making a simple TD. Cakez. We could do that. Do you guys want me to use Unity tomorrow? And we make a simple tower defense game over 2 days or 1 day. And then we'll weigh the Unity option after that. Like how efficient we could be in Unity. Then you'll hate yourself, but I can load it once, talk about some shit, do a React video, and then come back, then it's loaded. Why do people think using an engine solves all issues? You need time and skills to learn every fucking engine. It's not for free. I know, Falk, man, I know. These people think that engine means automatically done. Maybe you should make something in Raylab instead of talking about making something in Raylab. Already did in the past. We are now weighing up the options of Raylab. So for example, TCAP. Raylab does not have font parsing, aka centering font inside the font itself. So for example, Raylab doesn't have this. You would have to write this yourself. You know that. You've done this before. Game. Like, let's say I have some text, right? Draw text. Or is it draw UI text? And then in the text you would have like title. And this would be centered or something. I don't know how you would do that, right? I guess you would do this. Title. Center. And then you would have maybe a \n. And in an engine, you would just press enter, right? And write more. In C++ or in Raylib, you would have to do a \n. And then you would say, okay, this is left aligned. And then this, right, shoot a, or hurl a ball or fire. And then you're off, let's say, in red, fire. Towards an enemy. Deals area damage on impact. So you have to write this stuff yourself. This here, and this here. These are just some, like, I came up with these on the fly, right? So that's what you would have to write yourself. And then since it's Raylib and C++, you will have to provide a position. So, I'm gonna draw that at 150 and 60, right? Sure, then you can do a rotation. Right, like, what is a rotation? Well, okay, it could be like, I don't know, sine F or something from game state, game time. It makes no sense, right? But this is what you would do. And in Unity or something like some other engine, you would have like a graphical editor to show you what it would look like an animation editor. Just render the font in, you already did that. Just solo it, go with a Node WebKit. Because it gives you almost all tools you need to make 2D games. It has been proven thousands and thousands of times by successful commercial games. Sure, you have to do stuff yourself, but you can focus on the game itself much more. The only thing that makes me consider using C++ is because I know this is done in Unity, apparently. People told me, let's actually look it up, because people said it's done in Unity. Don't know if it actually is done in Unity. The minimalistic tower defense game is done in Unity. It is. So this game with that many enemies on screen is done in Unity. I don't know about the performance, but it's overwhelmingly positive. So that leads me to believe that it runs quite performant. And this is about the amount of enemies that I would want to have in a game too, right? Maybe less, maybe more. Unity ECS, which I'm a fan of, but I'm not sure you would like the friction it brings. Dots? Yeah, I would have to do Unity dots or something. You know? On an engine, you could move the text on the screen with a mouse while the engine is running. Yes, you could do that as well, we know, but an engine is ready to use. Yeah. The Forge includes its own ECS. I created a GTA 3 clone, but you probably followed a tutorial, didn't you? And I already know the type of game I want to make, the types of things that I want to do. And one of the big requirements for the game is just a lot of fork where the enemies come from. Expanding fork as you expand out, and a lot of enemies. Swarms, like a lot of enemies, like this. That's what I want. And I think that C++ would be a better choice when it comes to performance. But looking at Unity, when I see this, that doesn't look too bad. You know? So we're still on the part where we gather information, right? I'm not gonna use C++ with Godot. Listen, I'm gonna use C++ or I'm gonna use an engine. But I'm not gonna use a fucking engine and C++. Hell no. When I use an engine, I don't want to use the fucking language and make the engine. To you all, if using an engine is so good, why is everybody not using single engine, let's say Unity? Every engine has pros and cons. You're writing your own stuff as well. Currently, using Godot and this engine have a lot of bugs and roadblocks I need to bypass to get something easy. Why not use Unity and only abandon it for C++ if you find the performance bottlenecking? Now we'll probably use Unity tomorrow and make like a simple game, like a tower defense game in Unity tomorrow. We have the sprites. We can make balloons. I don't know. Maybe. Oh no. But what would be the enemies? We'll see. Make minimalist balloons today, something, yeah. Also, the Unity bros, if you watch Adam make Insignia, you will know he has to write a lot of custom Unity editor code. No, yeah, you do, but for the game I'm making, maybe I have to, maybe not. I'll keep it as simple as possible, of course. No, Unity will never be more performant than a C++ game. If you optimize both, Unity will not win. But that it doesn't need to win, because it's optimized enough. But it's fine. No, it will not be more performant. Yeah, it won't be. But Burst comes close. And if you are paying attention to the performance, it will come close enough. Like, look at Megabunk. It's working very well. And there's a lot of stuff happening in Megabunk. It goes down to its knees, yes. But it's possible to optimize it. Fun link, but I don't know if you ever saw this before, Cakez. Technologies. Unity, Unreal. Yeah, Unity is winning. Yeah. I know. But this will not... Like, I know... But this will not... Like, I'm in a unique position. Because I do have quite a bit of knowledge in C++ now. Or let's say in making an engine. So there, I can make a better decision now. Bro, I am special in a case where... Like, how many game developers have made an engine in C++ and gotten to Steam? Name me a percentage of game developers that did that. What you talking about? I have gone the entire way to Steam. Not even TCAP that has made a game in C++ for years has gone to Steam. What are you talking about? Like, I'm such a small percentage of game developers. I'm not saying that I'm more smart than people. I'm more experienced than people. But I've gone the entire way. So... To say that I'm not in a unique position is wrong, because I am. Because most people don't go this route. So I have a little bit more background knowledge, a lot more background knowledge than other people. So why are you even arguing about this? It's so stupid, because it doesn't bring us any closer. It doesn't bring us anywhere. It's just, I don't know, weird. You did it the hard way and came out with knowledge others don't have. Exactly, that's what I mean. Exactly, I have some knowledge and some experience that others don't have. Exactly. And now I can make a different decision based on that, or not. Why are we arguing about this? Why can we not keep the conversation about these are the pros, these are the cons? Like, why is it so difficult? Most game devs have written C++. You're only special because it took you a long time to realize. No, that's not true. No, that's not true. Yeah, there are quite a few engines. It's crazy, right? Because render API is more powerful than all other custom solutions. Can we set clear what kind of games you want to do? Then we can choose the best towards engine. I said it multiple times. I'm gonna say it one more time. I want to make a game about swarms. A lot of enemies. A lot of enemies. And the enemies will be probably undead enemies. Because undead enemies have the cool property of reviving and being durable. I love that. And summoning. I love that a lot. I want undead enemies. That's what I want. Okay. I want to have a lot of enemies coming at you. I will tell you one problem about engine that Reddit doesn't have, and you tell what you think about it. Graphics editors for levels UI. Yeah, the UI part is the big one. Especially Evuns, yeah. And about the... what's it called? About the level editor... True too. But if I set up a hot code reload feature and I leave the game up and I just add in more and more assets, I have almost the same. And that doesn't take long to set up. What I don't have, however, then again, is serialization. Unity, for example, gives you that out of the box very easily. So you have a level, it stores the level for a scene, right? It stores the level properly for you. And now you have to find a way to be backwards compatible, I guess. But yeah. Now look for an engine that has built-in swarm handling. Already plugins. Ray GUI cakes. No, yeah, I know. The problem is this part right here. I have a UI system too. What happened with those emails you sent last time to streamers? Nothing really. Some people answered, and I think I also need to answer 1 or 2 people, but for the most part, no one played the game. I don't want to code in Rust. Sorry. If I ever try to go to Rust, I'll make a sub goal of something very high, because I just don't see having fun in Rust, to be honest. Like the compiler is gonna complain about everything I want to do, and nah. I don't need more stress in my life. This is the problem. That you have to hardcode these positions, and in Unity you just drag these around. And I have my own UI system. I would not need to use this. So yeah. You can build some real cool stuff in Raylib, I know. Oh yeah. Shut up, Splattercat didn't play. The answer you're looking for is here. The games you want to make are generally made with Unity. Isn't the answer obvious? I think the problem with this approach is that I think this will lag if I push it. And I think I can make it more efficient in C++. That's the only reason. Like this part here, look how slow this is. I don't know how slow the FPS is here. But the enemies run really... I mean... does look real good. Not gonna lie. There's quite a lot of stuff happening. Does look laggy though. This looks clean. Yeah, don't you think this guy also optimized this? Is your UI system auto layout? No, it is hard-coded positions. Cakez check imager? What is this now? Guys, you think I'm stupid? We saw that earlier. It's like playing at 0.7x with slow motion UI Limau. You'll have to fiddle with Unity so much to achieve the performance you want. So many things to work around from the entity system to this GC. Hi, Cakez. This is the bug I'm getting all the time if I'm switching displays in Tangy TD. What? You should... Piss off. Leave me alone. It does look a bit slow. I mean, it's from 2024, so maybe there are optimizations you can do, but yeah. You could look into Clay for an auto layout system for your UI system, potentially. Skarsh, I think the problem with Clay for me would be I would have to learn it. And I would eventually get bugs with Clay that would be more difficult to debug than just using my UI system that I've already used a lot. The only problem is I think the rendering would look off. I think it's too much work. Micro UI. The thing that Team Cherry couldn't do on Stencil was having backgrounds moving in a parallax way with a Gaussian blur filter. I know that kind of VFX shaders. Also a visual scripting tool like Playmaker. It's hard to tell if it's just running at slow game time or if it's running low FPS. Yeah, I know. Difficult to say. I mean, we could look at the reviews here, right? See what they say. Maybe we can just expand these. And then do performance, search for performance. How close are you? Oh, I'm just... I can't read anything on the performance. You must be tired. It'll definitely be taking some time off before making these heavy decisions. You must be tired. Right now I'm a bit tired because I haven't slept for a long time. I woke up very early. Like, I think yeah, Zoe woke up at 5 a.m. So it's since 5 a.m. But otherwise, I'm okay. I feel like I should take a break to cover the YouTube stuff so that I got the YouTube video flow going and then come back. That's what I'm thinking. Just quite a lot of YouTube stuff piled up and my hard drives are getting full. Won't be long until I have nothing left. Yeah. Do you even work a 9 to 5 or do you support your family? I work for a company. And I write them invoices as like a contractor. And that feeds the family until I hopefully finally sell a game. I thought you were offline? No, I wasn't. I disconnected though. So that could be it. I cloned Git from Git and disconnected. So yeah. Yeah, the biggest problem I have, guys, is the fucking lighting system. UI is fine, I guess, but... And then the rendering system. This stuff right here. I don't think Raylib offers me this, guys. Look at this. We could check, but I don't think so. Is it loading? Difficult to say. It always takes so long to load these. I get 1000 FPS with 10,000 physical enemies and tens of thousands of particles. In Unity? I just don't believe that, bro. Sorry. Unity has lighting rendering UI. I don't have this in Raylib, I think. Shall we check? Yeah, Unity has many good things, I know. You should stop checking this game, Cakez. It's from a Twitch streamer. He already working 4 years on the game, I think. Is this guy advertising his own game right now? Trying to disguise it? Are you trying to disguise your ad for your game? My stream? No? Ah, because you said no. But isn't Relip still beta? Probably would be better to avoid it. Yeah, Ramus, how do you deal with this in your engine? You should check this Gamedev. It's extremely handsome. Or the obesity simulator, yeah. 4 user reviews. All-time peak 2 players. My man. So how do you deal with this in your engine, Mr. Ramus? I thought Stardew Valley was made in monogame. Yeah, it was. It was. Raylab is doing this. Unity burst, not ECS. You can't tell me that you're having 10,000 physical objects in a game interact with each other. And it runs on... And then 10,000s of particles and it runs on 1000 FPS. I'm not making an engine. I haven't done any text work yet. What are we looking at? Well, we are looking at scaling of pixel art text. You can do that with ECS. Well, those are not that many draw calls in the frame. I guess they are. But they're very small, very short. No, not 10k particles. 10k particles or tens of thousands of particles and 10,000 physical bodies together. Can't say anything about pixel art, okay. And that's running on 1000 FPS. Exactly like that with instance indirect render burst, completely custom physics, etc. They draw 4 draw calls using compute shaders. Even an empty Unity project doesn't run that. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, bro. I feel like they're like cheating a bit here. Yeah, tough decision, chat, I have to say. Why don't make a list of things that I would miss or not have? And then a list of things that Unity would have, but I would not have in Unity. Right? How about that? Why not do this? Let's make a new file here. Hot reload is the main thing you'll miss. I'm 100% sure. Yeah, I'll write that down then. So, things. How do we do this? Let's begin with Unity. And then we'll do... I kind of want to make an Excel sheet because it's annoying in here. Alright, so we have Unity. And And then we have Raylip. So halves. Halves. Not halves, I guess. How do you say that, chat? How do you say this? Halves and not halves? Is that what you do? Let's make that 16. 16. Bold. And I guess we give it a background color. Kind of dark, but we could see. No, I don't like that. Doesn't have. Well, we could do that, yeah. Doesn't have. Doesn't have. Oops. Stop. Doesn't have. Good. We'll probably have to make that a bit smaller. Okay. Let's begin, chat. What do we do? So, what doesn't Unity have? Hot code reloading. That's the first thing. 100% I won't like that. So write that down. Doesn't have hot code reloading. Oh, I hate that. Can I do undo? Yes. Hot code reloading doesn't have that. Has hot code reloading. What does it not have? And we'll put this in like lists of what Unity has. UI layouts and visual placement. And what I'm gonna do on all of these, I'll make it format cells. Alignment, I guess. Rob text. Okay, there we go. So UI layout doesn't have UI placement and layout. So I guess I'll do the same. So you do this all by hand. Slow, tedious. And then hot reloading code. Reload is okay. Like with code reloading, it becomes a little bit better, but it's still annoying. Features on the left, software on top, and you just add checks and crosses. Oh, yeah, okay, that's better. Fine, let's do that. Smart idea. Okay. Hot code reloading. All right, check marks. Can I put a check mark here? Why is it there? Unity. Oh no, the Unity doesn't have that. Raylip has this. Unity has this. All right, what else? What features would be? Oh, lighting, system, and cool bloom. A big point for Unity. I would have to implement this myself. Web build. Well, whoops. Both of them have that, guys. There's no clear winner here. Collision detection. Asset management, good idea. Packing and importing. Well, we need to have two things. Asset management, packing. And then asset management, release package. So asset management, let's do importing. I have to do both check marks here because of my texture packer. Asset management release package. Unity has that. I don't have it. Font styling using inside text. I guarantee you Unity has that, but Raylib does not. Yeah, font styling inside text, right? Rich text, whatever. Raylib has it, but I'm not sure if that's good. Like changing the color in Raylib of text. I'm talking about this. Talking about something like this, mate. Inline styling for Raylib. Wait, Raylib has that? Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Define color, text formatting, background color. Now we are only missing... What about the drop shadow? The font, you can change the font. New lines is \n. It's a const chart text. You could even write something like the following. I don't hold this against Raylib because it's literally the same. You can do this. You can do this. This is possible. That won't properly center. Yeah, this won't properly center. I would have to do it like this. That's the issue. Font in Unity trashes your git changes. Garbage collection pane. If you want performance, you can't use the Unity prebuild colliders physics. It's a ESC. Unity hot reload. Bozo. It does not. Someone else made it, and this man won't spend 20 bucks on a door. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend money just to have hot code reloading, mate. Try for free pricing. No. My text render can center anything. Anything? Content creators get it for free? No, they do not. And I haven't done any code stuff. No, you're lying. Doesn't say anywhere, bro. What you talking about, bro? Yeah, in producing outstanding content, showing the innovative engaging methods of using hot reloads for numerous features. You are eligible for hot reload if you pass a minimum of I have actively creating content over the last, I guess. Focus on creating content in game development. Yeah. Tutorial videos, guides, instructional material. Reach out using... It's not about Unity though. I would not get it because I don't do Unity stuff. This is cool though. The only thing that is missing here is bold font. But I suppose... Like, how do you do outline font in Raylib? Do they have that too? Draw outlined? Outlined. Oh, wow. Oh, damn. Doesn't really work that well, does it? To a point it does, but not entirely. But this is text. Draw outline text. You do Cakes? The asset is made by a card that streams here on Twitch, no joke. Gotta go, good luck with considerations, thank you. It's half the price because Asset Store works on discounts like every month. I'm not paying for this. Why not SDR3? Oh, listen, we could look at SDR3, but many of the same rules would apply, or check marks. If you tell them you like them, they give it to you for free. Isn't SDL more freedom than Raylib? Listen, I think Raylib works better for me because I have some experience in it, and if we're talking about saving time, Raylib would be the better option over SDL3, I think. And what I've seen about Raylib is really great, and optimizing Raylib won't be much of an issue, because we have a video tutorial explaining to us exactly what this guy was doing, and we could try to do the same. SFML, not familiar with it enough. I would have to like test out SFML first. You can also make your own hot... I do not want to make my own hot code reload feature. I do not want to waste my time with that. Draw text, draw outline text. The problem is outlined text, unless they have draw text styled outlined. Eh? Draw outline text. Sorry if I'm really late, but I use this to draw an outline. Is there no outline? Draw circle outline, ellipse outline, rectangle outline, polygon. No, there's no outline. That's his own function, yeah. Cakez Unity is dog shit, I'll go ahead with Raylib. Okay, bro. We are writing pros and cons. So we do have some font styling, but not full. So we'll do this, but not everything. Still possible to bypass though. Because all I need to do if I want an outline is I bake the outline text into a font and use the outline font. So I do the same thing. I style the text blah blah blah, but I make an outline font. Text shadow would be the same. I would bake it into the font if it's pixel art. That's what I do for my game. Yeah, you could do that and then you don't really spend that much time on it. Or like text outline is also possible. But what we don't have is window resizing. Window resizing. And that would be for pixel art. And that would be called... what is this? Linear interpolation text. What is this, guys? Subpixel rendering? Shader toy. Circles with font. Is it here? Subpixel parallax. Not circles. Scaling resolution. Cakez Relic and Unity is dog shit. I would go ahead with Tangy Engine to be honest. Okay, bro. You have to do it yourself in Relic, I think. Yeah, I think so too. But what is this called? I want to put a link into the thing so I can find it next time. It's called subpixel rendering, right? And what else? Pixel art. Subpixel parallax scrolling. Is it this one? Oh no, but that looks cool. This is like this problem in Unity as well. Is it the center thing? The plus, yeah. I guess zoom something? No, maybe not. Oh, it is some -5 here, 0.5. I think it is. I don't know though. But that's not what I'm looking for. Maybe I can find it here. Did I do that? I can't find it anymore. Is it this? No, it was a shader toy thing where it showed the sprites being wobbly sprites. And then it uses the blending linear interpolation pixel art or something. Shader toy. Scaling something. Subpixel scaling? Something scaling pixel art, yeah. It was something scaling. Subpixel scaling? Cakez? Ah, this. No, there was another one. But it's close. There was another one. It was something else. Or is there something to zoom? No. This one from Casey? I think this one here. That's the one I'm looking for here, yeah. I think it's this. This is what I'm talking about. So this is what we would need to implement. What is this called? What is this method called? Yeah, you changed the UVs for bilinear. Yeah, no, you changed the sampling method. I missed the discussion, but Unity has hot reload for code. It's free for education and content creators with 5,000 subs. Yeah, we saw that, but I didn't do any content about Unity, so they might not give it to me for free, right? So I have to assume the worst case for now, and the worst case is I have to pay, which means Unity doesn't have it. We could get lucky and get it too. Yes. Let's close that though. That's not it. That looks cool. And then we'll put this one here. Man, it's sad seeing you fall into this technical shithole again and start thinking about your game. You will make the same mistakes again. Bro, I haven't even been talking about this for longer than 2 hours. What is the problem? I'm making the smart decision now, so I don't waste months on it. I don't understand. How can you not see that this is learning from past mistakes? I still need to build a list of pros and cons. And so far, there's more cons on Unity than on Relic. And then after that, we make a decision. Like, I don't understand what the problem is with exactly doing I would call this the right thing. Yeah, I think I'm doing good. I think I'm doing the right thing. Window resizing, pixel art, deforming. Then we put the shader tool in here. So that Unity has that probably, right? That's just a checkbox, and here we have to implement this ourselves. No, there's more check marks on Unity, which is good, by the way. It's a good thing. That's a good thing. Did you handle this resizing pixel art deforming in your channel? I did, but then I scratched it. I did do that before, yes. I had it. I don't think even Unity can cover that up. Can Unity not cover this up? You have to implement that there too. Performance. Okay, performance. I mean, I would have to put a check mark here because I know how to optimize it. Here's a question mark. I don't know. I have to use Unity first. I know about Burst. I know about ECS. I don't know how much time I need to invest into these technologies to learn them. That's the thing. I don't know. So this is a matter of time. I only scale by integers. Learning C# is fine. Null exception, it's okay. I can switch my C++ mode off and just accept the code. That's okay. I did that in Godot too. I had a blast with the scripting language. Some issues, there were some issues that I didn't like, but for the most part it was fine. It doesn't cover dynamic zooming like that. Does not. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. What is VCS? Imagine investing time into something the dog shit technologies when you spend 5 years learning how to build tech already, and you can fix any mistakes from the first time the next time around. So that is a big reason why I'm building this list, because I need to evaluate the time I need on those that don't have a check mark and see how long that will take. What is VCS version control? It's trash unless you have a good git ignore. So here's one thing. I will use Unity git or whatever. I will need to use that because I'm traveling between home and this place. So if I'm here, I need to pull from Git, and if I'm done here, I need to push to Git and pull at home. If I work at home, there will be instances on the weekends, stuff like that, where I will work from home. You can use Git easily. Okay, so if you're saying Git is easy done, then oops, Git. Both have a check mark. That's fine. Just use Git. That won't be a problem. Okay, then I believe you guys. That's fine. Let me see. Yeah, and so from what you're talking about is correct, but the biggest problem I see is this right here. I'll mark this as red. This is the one thing where I see me spending most of the time on in Raylib. Now we have Bloom in Raylib. You know, I can try to yoink that. However, I don't know about lighting. You can use TeamVR. No, I can't keep the PC on here. My dad will kill me. I'm telling you. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Think about more points. Okay, I'll be right back. What am I looking at? Is he considering engine switch? We are going to make a game. Short game. We are deciding between these two. We are looking for pros and cons. What would be considered present and what we would have to work on, or what we would have to give up if we were to choose a certain thing. And then we need to put in, I suppose, a time value for the stuff that's missing if we need it. So for example, here the lighting system in Bloom for that you have in Unity, which is just a checkbox. In Raylib I would have to figure out this stuff myself, code it myself, and then make it look good too, which is not that easy. I've tried this 6 times in C++. Money divided by cost, modulo percentage of revenue. In Unity you can also apply things like these easily, Cakez. We're talking about 2D though. Retro bundle. Yeah, but we're talking about 2D. I know that you can do a retro bundle. Yeah. Oh, you mean the graphic effects? But we can do that in Raylib too. Let me find that Raylib thing we had earlier. Is that here? No. We can do that in... I can't find it though. What is this? You forgot dev speed factor? Coding speed? Difficult to say. Really difficult to say. Because mechanics... This is really difficult to say. I can't tell that. I can't say. We have some factors here, like UI and visuals. Unity clearly wins there. Iteration speed. Yeah, iteration speed is difficult to say. Yeah, I would have to put a checkpoint on Raylib here because of hot code reloading. I kind of add these two together here. Unity might be faster visually, but iterating over gameplay features might be fast. It's difficult, really difficult to say. It could be almost the same. It's not gonna be 10 hours. So for example, give you an idea, right, of something. Let's start my game. It's difficult to say how long a skill tree like this would take in Unity. I did this in 2 days, and that was working half-time on this. It's difficult to say how fast you could do this type of stuff in Unity. I'm not saying that you can't. I just don't know, because I haven't tried Unity. I don't know. But I would consider this entire skill tree and the editor too. I have an editor here that allows me to play stuff. Move around. You know? So I have the experience of that. How fast could I do that in Unity? Difficult to say. I would assume in the beginning I'll be much slower, but I'll learn, right? And I'll get faster. Right? So yeah. Oh, look at that. That one shouldn't have wind. Save that. Well. Add this as a column header and the relevant check marks. Can both do array full. Shut up. Well, this looks way better than I remembered it. Hey, that's great too, yeah. Make the same game in both Cakez. That's the idea. I had this on the toilet. We'll make the same game in Unity and in Raylib. It'll be a very short either tower defense game or a big swarm game, something like that. In both engines, and very short, like 1 or 2 days, not much more. The same sprites, the same idea. We'll make them in both engines, and then we decide on we finalize these points to make a final decision on like a bigger prototype. We'll make a game in like 1 or 2 days. And we'll start with Unity. We'll complete the list. Because I can't think of anything else at the moment. Like, what did I miss? Won't you have an advantage on the second one you try? Kinda. Then you know which one is better for making a prototype, which will likely be Raylib. How about this? We'll try to cover all of the points in 1 to 2 days. So we need to make it short enough so we can get all of the points out. Put localization. Right? At least one language that has something that is not an ANSI character. Like, for example, German. Right? Well, that what I'd consider is the kind of workflow you're going for. Unity workflow is not the same as do it yourself. I know workflow, aka adhere to Unity environment, is just come up with whatever you're practically accustomed to do it yourself, which would make you more productive theoretically. Of course, there's also things like lighting system, cool bloom, etc. that will slow you down, but will be accelerated in Unity. Localization in Unity is much better with an asset. I don't know, we'll put both of them, and then here we don't have localization, we have to make it ourselves. Online leaderboards. I think leaderboards would be too much scope creep for a project that will be like 1 to 2 days. Happy to the game hit, but you wanted out of next fest. Thank you, Thornity. I appreciate it. I shit on your game yesterday. I'm sorry. I feel bad. I have to be honest. I did not enjoy the game as much as I enjoyed Click and Conquer. I'm sorry. Doing a new project, we are figuring out what would be best to move on with, to continue with. Actually, what you should do is determine what you actually need before you even consider the question Unity versus Raylib. It depends on your requirements. I'll make a short description. Okay? I don't want to do one tower in the map, but defend middle map somehow. Oh, I see. Alt? No. Control Alt? Yeah. Defend middle map. Swarms from side at night. Cakez, you are too far. I can't hear your critical feedback from up here on the mountain. The mountain of say. Shut the fuck up. Fuck you. Just wait. Swarms from the side at night. I kind of want to have multiple defending things. Let's say this will be Vikings. Towers, kinda like Vikings. We'll see, right? I'll design them beforehand so we don't have to design them midway through the project. That means we can only start this next week, not this week. If I have to design Vikings. Localization in C by Jonathan Blow. Cakez, you can use this. Yeah, I'll take a look at that in a second. What is the lose condition? Lose when middle destroyed. That'll just be some sort of beacon or something, we'll see. Can't win. Right, can never win. Simple, just high score. So high score, which would just be kills for the simple game, right? And we need upgrades. So what would be the different towers, right? Or do we have just one tower that you can upgrade? One tower kind. One tower. Just one for now. Entity. One is better because that gets the idea across anyways. Entity. One defending entity, lose when destroyed, upgrades. Obviously. And here's where it goes. Here's where it becomes interesting. Fuck. Here's where it gets interesting. Chain. AoE. Pierce. Split. Everything that I love about Tangy TD. Let's do these 4 for now. And of course the typical ones, right? Damage, speed, and nothing else. Maybe distinguish, if we can, distinguish between magic and armor. Maybe. But that might be too much. That would be the... And I don't like that. Can I like put... Ah, shit. Can I put this here? Shit. How do I... I guess we'll get rid of that then. This is the idea for the game. Something like that, right? A real... That's a bad font. I guess we'll make that terrible color. We'll make it yellow. That's the idea. Missing comparison points, editor serialization, input mapping, also controller support. Editor serialization. Okay, we can't really have... We don't have serialization at the moment because there's no progress, right? So when you lose, what do you progress with? That's basic tower survivors. Yeah, it's basically tower survivors. That's not exactly the type of game I want to make, but it would be enough of a game I could make in like 2 days, something like that. I'm not considering Godot. Multi-threading, that will be on the enemies. Swarms at night. That'll be here. But I don't know yet where that will be. Do you realize you're comparing an engine and framework, right, Cakez? Yes, I do. I do. That's the point of this. I'm comparing an engine and a framework because I want to know what would make the most sense. Of course. That's why I'm doing this. I'll show you. Are you deciding if you use Railip or Unity? Yeah, somewhat like that, yeah. Unity has particles. Yeah, particles. Like, I put this here. But I guess you're right. Particles. That's a good idea. They are much easier in Unity. And I would have to make one myself. I do have a particle system. I don't like it too much. So that's the current extent of my particle system. I'm using particle on mouse clicks right now. Looks okay. But definitely, I would still have to learn the Unity particle system though. So it doesn't come free. I can code a particle system real fast, but I don't have it optimized very well. That could become an issue. I don't have GPU particles, yes. So we could say GPU particles. Right? Wow, not only did he read YouTube chat, but he also took a suggestion. Joyous that. Shut up. 10x programmers use assembly. Do you really plan on using to use something ready-made? Come on. Yeah. Maybe boring. Async worker concurrency stuff like loading in the level, background. Maybe boring, but you really need to plan things ahead. You tackled a bunch of challenges with Tangy, which will give you some headroom. An idea how to approach this, to sit down. Take the time and get your ducks in a row, otherwise you'll have a miserable time. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing, Supertonic. Yep, thank you. And Hero, thank you very much for following. That is exactly... Oh, GPU particles don't work on the web. That is exactly why I'm sitting here and going this deep. 100%. This is like a sketch. And we'll start with Unity and then do Raylab. Obviously, Unity will be slower. I'm expecting it. Simply also because I will make the same game in Raylab again. Which will mean, of course, I've already done the game in Unity, right? If I do it the same game twice, the second game will be faster. But that's not the point. I think the point will be, well, how easy will it be to make the game in Unity? And then compare that to the experience in Raylab. Even if Raylab will be faster, there will be some issues. 100%. Localization will be one. And let me find the localization code file that you said on number 1. numberno1.com. Download mozip. Localization text structure. Void pointer data reversed. Numbers. Oh god. Man, that looks. This is just the common routine pasted in. While. Return. Read an entire file into memory. Replace it with the equivalent function. Yeah, I mean, we have that. Swap the endianness of a 4-byte word. Swap. Read from offset. Localization text. They will have to figure out how to use that. Get source string. Get translated string. Get target index. Int. Is that the index into the character inside an array or something? Like I load. I think you will limit your efforts doing a massive units game by needing to use the web platform. It just comes with many limitations, Cakez.
Don't be afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger. Good game will sell nonetheless. The money will come to you.
Unity will have a cost. You pay money plus revenue share. No, yeah, that's expecting to get more than 200,000 in sales. Let's say we don't get that, okay, which we probably won't. Cakez, have you watched Rocket Games on YouTube? He's similar thing. He did a similar thing to you, comparing multiple engines, similar picks to you, and trying them. In the end, he picked Raylab and moved to creating the core library himself. He's got a lot of progress done, even released a game. What game did he release? Holy Abus? Holy Alps? That sounds interesting. I like the guy, yeah? I'm not considering the Unity licensing shit. Sorry, but I think, yeah, that's bad. I'm just not expecting this. Like, they didn't get through with this beforehand, and they won't again. I just don't see that. Font styling. No, wait. Localization. Here we have a link. And then it opens this one here. Right, cool. We have that now. Such a beautiful looking game, yeah? You should consider vendor lock in Immo. No, I'm not considering this, guys. I've considered this in the past. I don't see a reason to consider this now. Especially given the fact that we have so many crazy good games made in Unity. Guys, at the end of the day, even if you have to give something away, let's say you make a game that is 5 times better than the game you could make with something else. You're still earning 5 times more in relation to that. So you're still getting more, if that makes sense. No, the Unity splash screen is not mandatory in 6. Do you have a link to this guy? I would like to see what he did. For now, Unity is the only option to do a simple comparison project. And I forgot to add something. Localization. I mean, localize to German and English. Oops. German and English Translation. I forgot some more stuff. Guys, is there a way to make this less annoying? It takes up so much space. I don't like that. Like a table or something? Async concurrency stuff like loading in the level in the background. I only have one level. I will display one level at all times and put a menu on top and then zoom in and out. So it'll start like... I already know the main menu, so there's no need to have that. I don't think I want to compare that. I'll basically have this. There will be a fire in the middle. There will be a fire in the middle, and then there will be subtitle. I don't know yet. Right, title. Something, right, don't know. And then there will be start. Hey. T, man. And then options. Which I think that's what it will have. That'll be white. Can we do that? And then when you click start, it'll zoom in, and the fire itself here will be like really small. Right, it'll be here, and then there will be like clouds around the fire or something. There will be clouds here everywhere around the fire, and then you start, right? And you can place your towers, blah 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 blah, I guess, and the enemies come in, something like that. Like very simple, kind of bad game, but let's see. This guy, Cakez, Rocket Games. So he made a game. That's the game he made in C++. 3 weeks ago. Can we ship a game in 4 days with a custom engine? 3 weeks ago. Okay, what's this game? It's probably here, right? Why is he not linking his game? Did he not release a game on Steam? Daisy Trains? Is that it? Two years ago. It's the trailer. Look at the second video. We shipped a 3D game in 4 days. Yeah, okay, I would... But it's 4 days, man. I guess... What's the game? Robomo? I don't know. It's not on Steam. I just can't... sorry, but I just don't... I don't care if it's on itch. I had a game on itch after... Like, this... Nah, sorry, I just don't consider this. Sorry, like, it's great. But unless it's on Steam and has actual value that people pay money for, I just don't consider this. Sorry. I'm not saying this to put him down at all. Please don't mistake this, okay? I'm saying that we want to push to Steam. Our goal is to make a game for Steam. And this is great. It looks great. But it's not a game on Steam. It's not, for example, it's not Moose Miners. So I need to look at Moose Miners if I want to go here. Because that's on Steam. And that's written in C++ and Raylib. And this guy has mixed reviews. Played over a certain amount of time. Yeah, so this is about the gameplay though. That's not about the game being bad. I don't know why I keep buying strange games and play them more than required to refund. I was going to leave a game behind after I got all the achievements, but the dev decided that it's hot more, so now I'm going back to the achievements. Okay, people don't like the achievements. Oh my god, 200 hours. The concept is interesting. Game scratches an itch, however the UI is terrible. Ah, UI, huh? Interesting. Isn't that a point on the list? Yes. UI is horrible in C++, yes. It's not an arrogant attitude, you're a dumb idiot. Don't say that. You need to have an actual released product to talk. Sorry, that's just the way it is. It's not arrogant at all. I don't have one either, but at least I have it on Steam and I have released it to Steam Next Fest. So what are you talking about? Guys, can we stop with this? This is so dumb. So stupid. Guys, it is released on itch. Yes, I agree. But it's not on Steam. We didn't release though? Yeah, because it's not ready yet. But I put it up as a demo version and have people participate in Steam Next Fest. You can pay on itch. Oh my god, this is so like, why am I talking to these? I feel like this guy is made a new account and now is like one of the toxic people. This is so weird. Like, it's the same as toxic people in chat. Like, if you don't understand what I'm trying to say here, then I just do not understand, man. Like, this is the exact type of message that the toxic people would say, type. Holy shit, man. A game on Steam is just completely different than a game on itch. Because there's a lot more people giving you feedback. There's a lot more steps to take. I just don't agree. And we are talking about making a game that people want to play. Okay? And we're talking about, yeah, let's continue being pro. It's so stupid. Like, oh my god. So the problem with this thing is that you can make a game and put it up on itch, but that doesn't tell you if the game is good or not, if the gameplay loop is fun, if you have actually designed the UI properly, you have done localization, all of these things. Oh, man. And it has nothing to do with chat wrong or people not having released the games wrong. It's so wrong. That's not what I mean. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is once you are on Steam, you get held to a very high standard. And there's many things you do that you just don't do on itch. People don't expect really quality products on itch. Man. Daisy Trains is cool looking. Yeah, it is cool looking. Is that a pixel art game? I'm getting... No! And not even options! Fucking hell. Talking about Steam releases, just found that he did. Not a good game, but it was his first. Potions. But that's my point. That's what I'm trying to make as a point here. Game looks okay, actually. It's 2 trailers. And for his first game, it's not bad. Really nice. 6 user reviews. Needs more to generate a score. It's a wonderful potion game. Potions could sit comfortably alongside. I've clocked almost 8 hours into the game so far. I love the style. For some odd reason, the game has a 5-second delay, makes it hard to play when it's also running so slow that the cloud of smoke from the title screen is going out in slow motion, frame by frame. I tried doing day 1 and was impossible to play with that delay. Interesting. Maybe that's a gameplay mechanic. Never crossed 10 reviews. Well, the reason why I'm looking at these examples is because we are trying to make a game, not a... man, it's so annoying. So annoying with these people trying to argue all the time, man. They don't understand. Goodness. I was in a train for an hour yesterday and 2 people talked about the indie game Dev, and for an hour straight at some point they were shouting through the train. I also thought about a game where you have to torture as much as possible in a torture chamber. Sounds fun, Lamar. Shut up, Asenris. That's not about agreeing with me. You know that. If you make anything over 0, it's better than 0. You should consider vendor log. Daisy Trains is cool looking. People don't need it. Finish your cursed list, bro. Yeah, I gotta calm down. Would love to watch your code in Unity. Now we'll try in Unity, of course. There's no point arguing with chat. It is always right. Yeah, I know. I'm saying this, Dev, that is sad that this game didn't cross 10 reviews, nothing more, lol. Yeah, that's the big problem for why we are looking at other engines right now, or other ways to make games, is because exactly that problem. When you make a game in, say, C++, or let's say Raylib, like whether that be from scratch or not, you're wasting a lot of time doing things that engines do for you. This is why we're building the list. And the result, oftentimes, more so than not, is a bad game. Because your focus is not on the game, but the focus is on these tiny things. That's why we are building this list. Because we still have these tiny things to focus on. But it's not that many anymore compared to when we started out. And here's another one. Save file asset management package, release package, yeah. Save file, saving and loading. I don't know how that is done in Unity, but it's probably very easy, right, guys? Save file loading in Unity, is that easy? What is a save file in Unity? Like, can you fuck that up? Add dev time also. I already said that it's difficult to do. Maybe rather do serialization because that's the hard part of that, no? But DGOD Live, I would only have a save file where I track the progress of how much gold you have earned. Let's say gold you earn goes into permanent upgrades. That's the last thing on the list. Permanent upgrades, meta progression. And we'll do the permanent upgrades exactly like in Vampire Survivors, just a UI list of different upgrade paths. So you start out stronger and you go further. That's all you're gonna do. Persistent storage, you make your own save system. So Unity doesn't have that either. Really? No, I'm not worried about using too much pre-made stuff. I don't worry about that. You will write almost all of it yourself, but isn't the point of Unity using pre-made stuff? It does have JSON reading and writing easily. Every game needs a custom... Well, so what? This is a false generalization. Lots of indie devs used frameworks, graphics, APIs and made very successful games. See Terraria, Stardew Valley, Factorio, Minecraft, Noita, etc. No, that's correct. That is correct, yes. The only reason why I said that in the previous example, people phrase it in a way where, oh, he even has a game out. And for me, having a game out is, I consider this to be a Steam game that has players. Like I can put up a game on itch too. Like how many of you have put up a game on itch for your game jam, but you have never actually put a game up on Steam because it's much more process involved, and you need to make sure that it actually it pays out well, right? Unless you're Shade 11 and you're just putting out on Steam, like okay, whatever. Minecraft is a piece of shit. You need 35 mods to make it playable. Pulsar, yeah, it's so shit. That's why the dev made 2 billions with it. You're retarded. Oh, I love this. Unity has been battle tested almost every game genre and every style. There are many solutions for any problem. That is a big thing. So I still have to make the save file system on both cases. Might be easier in Unity, but in C++ I would just use a binary file. So it would probably be both. And then here, tutorials. Unity just has more tutorials. They both have tutorials, but Unity is just miles ahead. If I want to learn something from Unity, I find it immediately. And shaders, I would consider shaders and all of that stuff part of lighting and bloom, and I could add shaders here too, if you want to. But let me make this a bit smaller, so now, because the list is getting big now. You will spend more time working around the engine than working on the actual game loop, you'll see. You will see. Dots ECS, I would put this into performance here. Question mark, don't know yet. It's under performance. Dots run single threaded on the web. Yeah, we'll see what we do. Burst comp. I know, yeah. You need at least a month. Listen, man, I can't do a month in Unity to spend that much time. I know what you mean. I need more time in Unity to get accustomed to it, but I just do not have the time. Sorry. Two days is too low, I know. It is too little. I'll figure something out. Animation. Since it's a 2D game, animation is already... I've already figured that out in Raylib, and Unity won't be much more difficult than that. What do you mean you don't have the time? This is not my job, no. I want to be a game developer, but this is not my job. I work for a company. Did you hear not smash $2 billion with Homeland Minecraft engine? You should do the same, Cakez. Yeah, you guys need to stop arguing about that. That is a once in a lifetime made game. Could have been made in Unity or could have been made in C++. It doesn't, I don't count this. The same idea could have worked in Unity, I think. I'm pretty sure it would have. Maybe not back then, but now for sure. So you do both work, a 9-to-5 stream, and make games with no engine. How are you so productive? No, I do not work 9-to-5. I do not work 8 hours every day. I work less than that. But I'm on a contract. I'm a contractor. So basically I write invoices for how much I work. So I need to keep a certain amount of hours to be able to feed myself and my family. If I don't, then I just don't have enough money, right? Unity has hardcode reloading retard. Unity has hardcode reloading retard. Didn't you know that Unity has hardcode reloading retard? Man, what you talking about, bro? I'm using it all the time. Idiot. You will hate me even more for that, but Godot feels like a really good middle ground. You have an editor on all of the stuff if you really need it. You have C++ when GDScript aren't enough. I just don't want to do that dgod live, and I spent about 50 hours in Godot. If it didn't make click by then, I hated myself at the end with Godot. I even quit the project I was working on back then. So not really my thing. You know, I just can't get excited about Godot when working in it. I just don't. That's just the way it is. You will hate yourself in Unity as well? Well, we'll see. I don't think so, but we'll see. It's not fun. You should also think about side income. If you use Unity, you can get a sponsorship from Unity. You think they would sponsor... Like, Lana Lux is not even sponsored by Unity, is she? See. I don't think I'm gonna get sponsored. Is she online? No. See Lana Lux. So if she's not getting sponsored, they sponsor her sometimes? Let's see. I thought like a sponsorship where you have like a banner in your description. Strain, yeah. I guess they could sponsor me with... What about though? Like, how does she get sponsored? I think she's taking time off. Yeah, I mean, it's good to take some time off sometimes, yeah. Play with Raylib for the Flexbox-ish UI layout. Clay UI. Just look at it for a second. Is that it? UI layout library. 4int I array length. Text. I still have to code a lot. The advantage is not having to code a lot in Unity, and I still have to code a lot here. I just don't see it. Clay is not good for game UI, I would assume, I guess. Don't see much here. But even if it was, the problem that I would have with this library is that it's a library. And I don't know how to debug that properly. If I get a mistake in the UI and something doesn't show up properly, and I don't know how to fix it because I'm using some weird ass layout that I've never used, bro, I would have been done by then with my hard-coded positions 10 times over. So I think I would be faster with my fixed positions and with the system I've used over Clay UI. No, you wouldn't. No, you're not gonna rage me. No, you're not gonna rage bait me again. That's not gonna happen again, bro. No, not this time. Bite Me Games have a small channel, but they got sponsorships from Unity. I think you could do it better than nothing. Better than doing AI ads. That's soul sucking. See, like, I agree with you, but your point on AI... I just have a different stance on AI, and I don't feel ashamed or bad about taking that sponsorship. Like, if people think so, then that's their own decision. I'm not some holy person or like some elitist artist. I'm an artist myself. Always have been. I think AI is a great tool. That's all. I've drawn 99% of my sprites myself, and... Please watch this before you think using C for the game cakes. Oh no, what is this? 16-minute video, bro, and it has 18 downvotes. Fixing C. Bro, C doesn't need fixing, man. It's already triggering me. I'm not gonna watch this now. Just gonna skim.
Advantages, you'll see them later.
Decouple from MSVC. Define. What the fuck am I doing here? Why would I do this shit? Like, it's just a waste of time, man. I'm making a game, not making a language. Load! Thank you. Type dev? Bro, what the fuck is this shit? Why would I do this? It's someone selling his collection of macro. A waste of time, whatever. Not gonna lie, before deciding what engine to use, I think it would be a very good concept for game first. We have a concept here. Here. Did you miss that, Avatar? Here's the concept. I'm making a game. Not to mention that fixed positions are hard to make comparable on different aspect ratios, Cakes. Now I would do the same as... So like this is where I don't think I agree, AQ. Let me think. Because I would do a layout like... I would have to rework it though. So Unity would give me that for free. I would have to rework it. But essentially I would do something like this, right? This is the window. I would do what Stardew Valley does and I would use anchor points. Top left, top right. And I would use 0, 0 probably. 1, 0. 1, 1. See what he kept told me like 3 years ago or something? What he told me to do. And then you position your elements percentage-wise. So this would be 0.1 or something. And then they, oops. And then they, if I do pixel art, they have a pixel art size. And they just anchor to the top left of what is visible on the screen. If I go ahead and have a monitor on top of that, that maybe is a widescreen monitor and that'll look like something like this. I would just have black borders here. This would be black borders. And the UI would still, it would just be dependent on Snar's aspect ratio containers. I would do that. I would not. And you would set it to 16 by 9. Yeah, it would be 16 by 9 and would be letterbox. That's what I would do. I don't know how difficult that would be in Railip, but this is what I'm talking about when I mean this here. Pixel art deforming, window resizing, this feeds into this. You can do it with percentages or fixed anchors. Yeah, something like that, right? Cakes, so you sold your soul to the devil. What's next? OnlyFans? No. Okay, let's see. OnlyFans, yeah, sure. What is on the internet stays on the internet, my friends. Anything we forgot for now? Honestly, that's most of you could figure out Excel. Just decide when and start. Honestly, that's most of that is most of it you could figure out. Just decide when and start cooking. No, we'll do both engines. We'll do both. Input mapping. Map editor. Input mapping is done for me in both. Map editor would require a little bit of work. Do I need a map editor? I can't tell yet, because the type of game I will make is gonna be most likely a plane. It will most likely be a plane I place some trees. And in Railip that will be a bit of coding, but I think it'll be negligible. Control remapping and gamepad support. Oh, sure. How about this? I think Unity will make it very easy. How about this? Input mapping and gamepad support. Like that. Huh? What the hell? Bro. Hä? Bloom is not cool. Oh, if done right, it is really cool. You're wrong. I don't know in both of these. I don't really know how easy it is to have gamepad support in Unity. I have input mapping already done, but I've never done gamepad support, so I have to do a question mark here. Input mapping is very... Yeah, I have input mapping too. That's very easy. But gamepad support? Gamepad support in Unity is very easy. Yeah, so we'll do a check mark here. Fine. That's okay. Have you looked into the default game engine? Its scripting language is Lua? No, not yet. We are currently just comparing Unity and Raylib. We'll look at more stuff over time, but for now, we'll focus on these two. Gamepad in Unity is very easy. Okay, I've heard these Lofi songs on Spotify. Yeah, they exist on Spotify. Play mode debugging, collaboration tools, cloud build, analytics integration, ads and monetization tool. XR, AR, VR support, networking, netcode, multiplayer lobby services, cloud safe, addressable system. What is this guy talking about? The entire Lord of the Rings movie, yeah. Are you doing it because you tried you're tired of your engine? No, I want to expand my horizon. I want to become a successful game developer, and I need to make smart decisions when it comes to that. So right now we're writing down the differences between Unity and Raylib. And we'll try out different things to hopefully be more successful with making games in the future, so that I can feed my family making games and streaming, and I don't have to worry so much about money. That's ultimately the reason. I've learned a lot over the last 4 years. Especially this year has been a huge learning experience for me when it comes to making games, but I'm still nowhere near experienced enough. And so now it's just time to make a decision. How do I move forward? That's all. And the only way to do that is to build prototypes, test out stuff, and then after that, make an educated decision on how to move forward with a reasonably low scope game that I can sell reasonably fast, that has a very high chance, let me emphasize that, chance of success. I'm still going to finish Tangy TD, don't worry about it. I'm working on it off stream. I make changes to it every day. I'm just not gonna develop it on stream. Heavy game pushing limits with extreme unit count counts as a low scope game though. I would say so, yes. Because I want... See, like, I'm looking for an experience that people want to have, and I think that would be a cool experience. I've seen it work in other scenarios too, like huge swarms. That's cool. So I'm taking this as an experience from other games that have worked, and I'm doing that too. Now I'm trying to apply a cool theme on it and make it interesting enough and appealing enough, especially that, which is why I'm considering Unity, because Unity has these tutorials. Unity can give you 5 different tutorials about how to make particles show up properly, damage numbers properly. There's so many tutorials for Unity that I'm hoping to put all into the game, to juice it up to the point where it not only has a good experience of, you know, surviving like a massive onslaught, but also have it visually appealing and to maybe level up my design skills. A lot of tutorials are aimed at beginners though. Yeah, it's fine, but I'm a beginner in Unity. I'm not experienced with I used it before, but it's a long time ago. So that is the idea. Just make a video title, I made a TD but, and then get 1 million views. That's how you get rich in 1 month. No, 1 million views on YouTube is a couple $1,000. That's great. But considering the fact that Penguin Zero, the most successful YouTuber almost on YouTube, has only made 35 million through YouTube, and considering the fact that the guy that made... Who earned 40 millions with his one game? Who was it? Who made 40 millions? Was it Schedule 1 guy? Danny? No, yeah, well, if it's Megabonk. No, compare that. Like, he's been on YouTube for over how many years? 20 years? He makes a 10-minute video a day. You know how much time investment that is? It's a lot. And now compare that to, let's say, Schedule 1 dev. Both of them are very successful in their fields. But if you argue the amount of time invested, I would say that Charlie has invested way more time into his YouTube channel than the developer of, I think it was Schedule 1. I don't want to say anything bad, but I think... I'm not saying only, but I mean comparatively. If you compare big numbers, a bigger number next to a much bigger number is smaller, don't you think? So that's what I'm saying only. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You could bring your dot array of structure, style, architecture, patterns to Unity. You don't need to do YouTube tutorials, style coding. Yeah, we'll see how I do it, Psycho Watt, you know. I'll probably do a lot of arrays and it'll trigger people, I know. But hey, we'll see. What was it? A schedule? 1 revenue? 25 million, but that's 6 months ago. Oh, gross revenue is 80 million. That's what I mean. See? It's probably something like that. Nearly. So, like, compare these numbers. This guy made one game, right? And earned this much money. And then compare that to a lifetime of YouTube content, where you have to be active a lot. And that is much less money earned on YouTube. And YouTube is a great source of income. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. But compare the two, right? Why are we talking about this? I forgot. But YouTubers get other income streams like ads, partnerships, and so on. Yeah, yes, they do. That's true. Yeah, this is 1.1%, 0.01% of game devs, and I'm comparing this 0.01% of game dev to a 0.01% of YouTubers. Charlie is one of the biggest YouTubers on the entire planet. It's the same percentage. They're both rare occasions. They both, you could say, got lucky. It's the same comparison. Like, whatever. And so, yeah, I'm trying to use a successful concept that has proven to work. Combinations of towers with a lot of shit on screen. Swarms. Essentially, this is a swarm, I would consider that. Zooming out the action, seeing a lot of stuff happening. And I'm trying to make that into a game. And we are starting with the prototype here. With this. Can't wait to backseat Unity. Start tomorrow? Probably not tomorrow. Talking about YouTube, there's a lot of stuff I have to set up on YouTube over the next couple of days. I have someone helping me. And I probably will do that first before I have a clear mind to push forward with content. Like my hard drives are running full. So probably not tomorrow. It would be too fast. I need to take a small break, breather, and set up all of the, like, set up the pipeline for Unity so that it does not become a huge issue moving forward, because I'm running out of space. $67? Yeah. But the cool thing about this is I posted one video. I basically did nothing, really. And I still got this much. It's really cool. So I need to set up a pipeline for Unity to increase this number. To help me, you know, to just help out a bit. Because there's so much content that I don't do every day. For example, today's React, right? Needs to be uploaded. Maybe there were shorts in there too. Stuff like that. That needs to be, you know, cut down and uploaded. That's a pretty good return for doing nothing, yeah. The only thing I did was stream. Which is what I do to Twitch anyways, right? It's a really good return, yeah. No, like, I love YouTube. It's great. Like, the subscriber number just keeps going up even though I do nothing. It's just really cool. I like it. Like, YouTube feels really, really good. Ads on Twitch. I also have ads on Twitch. You have to have ads on Twitch when you are a... whatever that's called. Affiliate? Yeah. So yeah, I need to set this up, guys. And I might need a couple of days for that. If I start with new content immediately, it'll just pile up more. And I need the time to set things up. So we'll see how I do it. But we'll definitely do this game. We'll definitely do this here. Right? I'll prepare Unity and downloading it. Or maybe I do it on stream. Whatever you guys want. Scoop up all the Unity dev viewers to your channel. What I'll do is probably 2 videos. I'll probably make a video on YouTube titling C++ dev tries Unity for the first time. That would be a great video. Like the C++ dev tries Godot for the first time. I think it was Godot or C#. Thank you very much for the raid, Infinite Coder. Hope you're doing good. Good morning. And then another video comparing. I made the same game in Unity and C++. Which one was better or something like that? Which one went better? Something like this. To compare the two. That would also be a great video. Like exactly what the other guy you linked me did, right? Would make these 2 videos I would get out of this. But first, setting up the pipeline. Okay, anyways. Cake's entire personality is C++ at this point. Cake's entire personality is C++ at that point. Ha 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 ha. So funny. I don't even know what's funny about this, bro. What is so funny about that, mate? Huh? Learn English, clown. Cake's entire personality is C++ at this point. Please don't be as cringe as Polymas and never recovered. What did Polymas excuse me, what did Polymas do? Oh god, more C++? Yeah, I guess. But C++ cool, man. I like it a lot. Don't really learn much about games, but it's cool. I love it. I'm happy, guys. Like, I learn a lot. Now that I finally have a game out on Steam, like an actual demo page where people can write reviews, and there's a couple of players here and there, does help a lot. And having gone through Steam Next Fest too, even though comparatively to the big players in there, I got 1/10 of the results they got. But as a result, my game has only gotten better. Right? I didn't waste the time in Steam Next Fest. So that makes me happy. Like, there's so many things I do now that I didn't do before. And the game feels much better because of it. When Polymas was still making great games. Oh, Polymas! Oh, I remember this guy. Did he stop making videos or something? Polymas, yeah. Polymas. See, I googled him before. 300k. 1 month ago, he's still making videos. I made a prison game from scratch. Wait, I made a prison game on Scratch. On Scratch? What does that mean? You should make shorts like Vedinat. This is why I mean I need to take some time for YouTube stuff. Exactly, yeah. I need to set up this pipeline. So I have this one YouTube short I want to do about how I animate characters, for example. I just can't do that when I stream 6 hours like today, for example. You know, I need to set this up because it's more important to set up that pipeline to YouTube than to Twitch, because Twitch will inevitably die. Like, you guys heard what happened on TwitchCon and stuff like that, right? This stuff will not last forever. I see YouTube last much longer. 2 hours, now it's 6 hours, mate. Been online for 6. Twitch will not go away that fast, but it's been going down already. Oh yeah. How do I see this in bigger? So small. Here. Just look at this. I mean, no, you can't see it, of course. So, like, if you take this as a baseline, it went down a little bit here. Went down even a bit more here. And now, obviously, the last 3 months, difficult to say. These could be outliers. It's definitely gone down a bit, you know. And I'm just expecting this to continuously go down. Unless they change something big. Which I just don't see happening. Because nothing ever changes here. Cakez, were you the stream that was working with Inscriptnet a while ago? Yeah, I was. I'm not making an Instagram account. You're missing out. Listen, you can only miss out on so many things you can actually do. And believe it or not, posting a lot of stuff on social media does take a lot of time. And when I have that time, oftentimes I decide to work on my game instead. To make a better game. I do have time to do this, but I decide to work on the game instead. And I'd rather use Reddit and YouTube. I see these things work much better for me than Instagram or TikTok. I tried TikTok in the past. It was okay, but didn't really, yeah. They started getting rid of viewbots. Yeah, but then they came back immediately. They got rid of viewbots for like a couple of days. And they came back. If you think they're actually gone now, then no, you're mistaken. Did Reddit get you any traffic? Maybe, I think. But I don't know, it could also be Steam. Since the game was participating in Steam Next Fest. Difficult to say. I'm not checking these analytics. So I would have to check the analytics. But I'd rather take the time and work on just this here. Also, why is this yellow? Is this new color? I'd rather try to improve this number here. You're third in place, yeah, but in a category where there's almost no competition. Right. If I switch to just chatting right now, I'll be at the bottom. You know? So. Yeah. No, I think YouTube is the way to go. And so, yeah, we'll see. I'll inform you guys on Discord, okay? I'll write messages there. Oh, someone actually... Thank you very much, man. I'm scripting. Hey, I appreciate that, mate. Do it again. Fuck you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'll check that out tonight. Anyone else? Bitch? Huh? Anyone else? Good. Man, I really like seeing this here when there's someone to raid that I know. I hate going down the list. I just click offline, guys. I need to leave. I've been coding. I've been going for too long. Zed is nice. Nah, I'm too lazy, man. Anyways, guys, I'll see you all probably tomorrow. If not, then I'll do YouTube stuff. But I'll prepare as much as I can for the Unity. For the Unity arc, okay? The next time will be Unity. Okay? Got a lot of stuff to prepare. But we'll test it out. Unity arc incoming, yep. And then we'll make a decision once we have made the same game in Unity and in Raylab. What we use for the future, for the real project, right? In any case, thank you guys for watching. Hope you had fun. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Or not. We'll see. Peace. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, chat. Have a wonderful evening. Enjoy yourselves. And keep making good games.